Welcome to the best course for learning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript by creating simple and interesting projects. My name is Sahan and I'm a web developer with over 15 years of programming experience. I created this brand new course to share my experience with you. This course is made to help you get familiar with the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript while building simple but practical websites. By the end of this course, you'll be able to write HTML, CSS, and JavaScript codes and build interesting and responsive websites. The course starts with a simple preview on projects and how they work. Then in each project, first we write the HTML part, and once we are done with the HTML part, we'll begin to work on the CSS and JavaScript sections. It is completely fine if you have no prior knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. All HTML, CSS, and JavaScript syntaxes are explained in details. All the projects are started from scratch and continued with no copy-pasting of the code. All codes are carefully explained line by line and demonstrated on the project. This is a fun project-based course that will teach you about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript while building modern, super cool, and responsive websites. If you're excited as I am to learn about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and build super amazing websites, then let's get started. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create an analog clock. As you can see from the final version of the project, we're going to create a clock with the Rolex logo that is showing the current time, the real time that we are getting from the browser. So we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically get the time from the browser and convert it to a degree form that can be shown in the clock like this. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. I just leave this final version as our reference, and we create another folder and we create our project, and we just check our final version for the reference. Okay, let's open Visual Studio Code. Let's go to desktop. I open the Visual Studio Code. We close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on Open Folder. Let's create a new folder. I would like to create the project, as always, in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So I just created a new folder and I call it Clock. And I select it, and here I click on Select Folder to select the folder. Let's close the Get Started tab again. On the left side in the Explorer section, we create a index.html file. So we just need to click here, or we can right click and click on New File. We just say index.html or HTML. Here we have this empty HTML file. But we can use an exclamation mark like this, and using Emmet, we can create our HTML boilerplate, which includes the doc type, which tells the browser what version of HTML this page is written in. And for HTML5, we just leave HTML here. Then we have HTML tag, which covers everything. And the lang attribute here sets the language of the page. And here the language as a default is English. Then we have the head tag, which has the meta tags and also the title. The meta tag, the first meta tag sets the char set attribute, and for HTML5, UTF-8 is recommended. Then we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser, if someone is using Internet Explorer browser, tells it to use the recent rendering engine, which is Edge. Then we have the viewport meta tag, which tells the browser on how to resize the page. For example, here we set the device's width equals to the width of the screen, and we initial zoom level, we set it to be 100%. Then we have the title tag, which goes on the bar of the browser. Let's open the browser first. We see what's happening inside the browser. I'm now using a extension called Live Server. So it's free to use. You just click on it here, and then it's going to open your project. And anytime you save your project, you see the change here as well. So the title here is this document. Let's bring this one on the right side and our code on the left side. Let's close this. And let's close the left side by using Ctrl B. So let's change the title to be the name of our project, which is clock. Now we can see the change inside the tab. Then if you look at the final version, as you can see, the body, the color of the body is salmon color. Then we have a div that is covering the clock, and we call it clock. So we need to add a div here inside the body with a class of clock. And inside this, we have the numbers, which is 9, 12, 3, and 6. Then we have the arrows for the second, minute, and hour. And also we have a logo, the Rolex logo. So 3 things we need to add inside this div. So the first div is for numbers. So we add a div with the class of numbers. And inside this div, we have our numbers. So one div for example, 12. We just say 12. And here we hard code 12. So we should see in our final version now the number 12. Let's copy this one 3 more times using Alt, Shift, arrow down. 1, 2, 3. And next one is 3. This one should be 6. And the final one is 9. Okay. The next things, as you can see from the final version, is these hands. So these are just the empty div as well. So we have a div that covers all of them, and we call it arrows. And inside this div, we have one div for the hour. Then we can copy this one 2 more times using Alt, Shift, arrow down. The second one is minute. And the last one is second. Okay. And finally, we want to add this Rolex logo. So we just can search for Rolex on the Google. Just say Rolex. Then we go to images. Let's use the tools and change the color to be transparent. And We search Rolex logo actually, because it is showing us just the watches. So the first one is from Wikipedia. We click on it. This, as you can see, this is transparent, so it doesn't have any color behind it. So we can just copy this one using, we just right click and click on copy image address. So we get the image address. We don't need this. We can close it. Let's bring this one to the right side again. And here after this div, we add an image tag, and inside the src, which is the source of the image, we paste the link that we have copied. Now we should see the Rolex image here as well. But as you can see, it's very huge, but later we're going to use CSS to style it. Just for now, we'll leave it like this. And for alternative, we just say Rolex logo. Okay. So that's it for the HTML part of the project. In the next section, we're going to start styling the project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling the project using CSS. First thing we need to do is to create a CSS file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and we create a new file, and we call it style.css. So we have now the style.css file, but for being it able to work properly, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML file. Here, inside the index.html, just after the title and at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag, and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now, we can style to our file using CSS. This is the link tag, and this is the relationship with the external relationship with the style sheet, and href is the address of this file, because it's located exactly at the same folder as index.html. We just need to write style.css here. So we go to style.css, we close this Explorer section using Ctrl-B. Then we can start, firstly we start from body section. We remove the default margin and padding. So just say padding 0, margin 0. You see we don't have any space now between these things and the wall. Then let's decrease the size of this logo so we can see everything better. So before continuing on the body section, let's install the image tag. And we just set the width to be 70 pixels. So that's nice now. Let's continue with the body section. I want the background color of the body section to be salmon color. Then I want the font family of our website to be cursive new, which is here. Then let's set the height to be 100% of the viewport height. So now we can bring everything to the center by just changing the display to flex. Then we set the justify content to be center. Now they come to the center in a horizontally, but for the vertically, we need to align items center. Okay. So everything is fine for the body section now. And we install the image later, but let's do the clock. This clock in the final version, this rounded with a background of gray, is actually the div with a class of clock that's covering everything. So we need to install that one and create this square. The circle. So we just say clock, and because it's a class, we added a dot here. Then we need to give it a width and height. But before doing the width and height, let's change the background color so you can see the change. The background color is light gray. Okay, you can see it's a little square covering everything. So let's change the width to be 350 pixels. Height 350 pixels as well. And let's make it rounded. Let's make it a circle using border radius 50%. Okay. We wanted to have some like a border and shadow effect as well, so it looks like a 3D. So we can just add a border, like just saying border, and let's make the width of the border to be 5 pixels. Then we make it solid. And this is now black, but I don't want it to be black. I just make it dark gray. Okay, looks nice. And let's add the shadow effect as well. We just say box shadow. Box shadow, 1 pixel for the horizontal shadow, 1 pixel for the vertical shadow, and 4 pixel for the blur radius. You can see it now, but the shadow is completely dark. I don't want it to be dark. I want it to be black, but with the, for example, 70% transparency. So for the black, we have 0, 0, and 0 for RGB. Then for the alpha value, we set it to be 0.7, which is 70%. Okay, that was it for the clock. Let's bring this Rolex here. We need to, in order to position this Rolex here, we need to position it absolute. But it should be absolute in relative to its parents, which is the clock. So we need to change the position of the clock to be, let's add this one at the top. We just say position relative for the clock, and we position this one absolute. Okay. Now we can position it exactly the place we want. For example, I want it to be in the center, so we just say left 50%. So this one brings the edge to the center, but I want it exactly to be in the center, so I changed the translate. It should be translate. Transform and translate. So say transform, translate, and minus 50%. This one bring it exactly in the center. And from the top, we just say top. Let's make it 60 pixels. Okay, that's fine now. And also I want it to be with a z index of 2. So we have this clock, okay, at the bottom. Then we have the Rolex, and also we have the arrows. I want the arrows to be on the top of this Rolex as well. So we change the z index of this one to be 2. So the clock is 1. Then we set the z index of the numbers. Numbers should be 2 as well because they are on the top. Then for the arrows, we make the z index 3. And for this here, for this circle in the center, we make the z index 4. So if you wait now for the seconds to go here, we see the seconds hand is going to this way on the logo. And also the hand is located under this circle. So just you can see now that's passing on the, it looks like a logo is attached to the clock like that. Okay. Let's position the numbers first. We have for numbers, we have a div with a class of numbers, and each number has its own class. So we first target them using these numbers. We just say numbers div and we style all of them. But for positioning them, we position them separately using their own class. For example, 12 should be here, 9 here, 3 here, and 6 here. So let's do this like that. So we just target the numbers and the div they have. So we are targeting all of them together. First, we need to position them absolute in relative to the clock. The clock has a position of relative. So we position them absolute firstly. Then let's change the font size to be 27 pixels. So you can see all of them are now on top of each other, but later we're going to individually position them. So just bear with me. So let's set the font weight to be bold. So we make it a little bit thicker. Then let's change the color. Color, I just want to use light golden rod yellow. This color is kind of yellowish color. Okay, and also I want to add a shadow effect. So I just say text shadow and 1 pixel for the horizontal, 1 pixel for the vertical shadow, and 2 pixels for the blur radius, and the color should be RGBA. That's 70% black with its 70% transparency. Okay, that's it. And now we target each number. First, we target 12. Is 12. So we just say dot 12. What did I write? So 12. Okay. So 12 should be on the top. Let's do the top 6 pixels. And left to be 50%. So as I mentioned before, that one actually bring the edge to the center. So we need to do the transform, translate minus 50%. to bring it exactly in the center. So 12 is finished. Let's copy this one for the, or we just type it again. That's fine. We just do the 3. 3 should be from the right to be 6 pixel. Okay, you can see it here. Then from the top to be 50%, but that is not actually 50%, so we need to add this transform translate. So, this translate we used here, that's actually translate X. Okay. And the image as well, translate X. But this translate for 3 is translate Y. So we just say transform translate Y minus 50%. Okay. So the other one, let's do the next one, which is 6. So 6 from the bottom is 6 pixel. Then we have left 50% and transform translate X minus 50%. Okay. And finally, we have the 9. 9 should be left 6 pixel. And then we have this should be from top 50% or bottom, doesn't matter. We just say transform translate Y minus 50%. So now we positioned all these numbers correctly. So now we just start doing the handles. So the handles are actually the hands, the clock hands. They have a div of with a class of arrows, and each class, each handle has its own class, hour, minute, and second. So firstly, we apply to all of them. We just say arrows div. We install the common one, and then for particular one, we use their own classes. Also, for bringing them in the center, we just need to target the arrows as well. We just say arrows, or I think it was arrows. Let me check again. Yeah, arrows. Arrows, we want it to be in the center, so we just set the display to flex. And also we need to set the width to be 100% and height to be 100% as well. And for bringing it to the center, we use justify content center for bringing it to the center horizontally. And for items, align item centers, bring it to the center vertically. So we cannot see it yet because they don't have any dimensions yet. First things first, we need to position this circle. This circle actually, there's no a specific div for this one. We can use the before pseudo class to achieve this one. We just say here dot arrow arrows before, and this is going to be, first we need to add a empty content. For before pseudo class, you always have to remember to add content with just empty string. Then we just add a width of 25 pixels. Let's see, we can see it. Still, we cannot see it. But let's add a height of 25 pixels as well. Then we add a background color of dark green. Yeah, now you can see because the background color was similar. So it's actually located exactly in the center because of these display flex. Then we just needed to make it circle. So we just say border radius 50%. Then we add a box shadow with 1 pixels in a horizontal, one pixel for the vertical shadow, and 2 pixels for the blur radius. Then with the RGBA of 70% transparency black. Okay, looks fine now. And as I mentioned before, this Z index should be on top of everything. So the Z index was 2. The handles should be 3, and this one is the Z index 4. Okay. So after that, we need to target all the arrows. So we just say arrows, and we target their div. Let's add it width. So let's change their background color first. We can see. So background color should be white. We cannot see them yet because they don't have any dimension. So we give them a width of 7 pixels. You see a little bit movement here. But because we're going to position them, so it's going to be different. So first we position them absolute so they come up, come outside, so we don't bother this circle here. And let's give them a height of 120 pixels. Now we can see it. But all these three are now on top of each other. And their handles is in the center. But we want this one to be here. So we need to change the transform origin. We just say transform origin to be at the bottom center. And now we just change the, we bring it up. Like we just say bottom 50%. So we bring it up 50% at the top. So, and then when we want to move it, it's going to move from its bottom center. Okay. Also, you can see the handle is under the Rolex logo. So we want it to be at the top of this logo. So we changed the Z index to be 3. So it's over the logo, but it's under this circle. Because the circle has a Z index of 4 and the Rolex has a Z index of 2. Then now, and also you just wanted this one to be a little bit sharp, you know. Let me do it. You can see we just say border radius. The border radius we just say 50%. 50%. You can see we have 50% at the top and 50% at the bottom, but actually I just want it to be at the here. So we make it 0 for the other parts except for these 2 sections. Okay. And let's add a box shadow as well. So it has some shadow too. So we just say box shadow. Actually, I want it exactly to be like this. So we copy that one, we paste it here. So now we see the shadow. And yeah, it looks a little bit too much for this one. We just change this 3. That's alpha value to be 3. Or maybe because they are on top of each other, it looks like this. So let's change the position of each of them. So we target the hour. We just say hour. And hour, I want it to be a smaller. So height it to be 80 pixels. And let's a little bit rotate it using transform rotate. And we just 30-degree rotate it. And we can see them. Yeah, okay. That's nice for the hour. And let's do the same things for the second. So we copy this one using Control Alt Shift arrow down. We change this hour to second. And the height for this one, we don't change it. Same height. And this one, we make it 250 pixels. 250 degree. So this is the for the second long one. And yeah, the height. Yeah, height, we don't need to actually have a height for this second. So, but the color, the background color, we set it to be goldenrod. See. So let's check this. That's second. This is second. I don't see any change in the color. Let's so everything is working nice, but except this background color doesn't change. So yeah, it should, we just target the seconds. Let's target it like this, like arrows, second. Yeah, now we are targeting actually correctly. Because we want to overwrite this classes, we need to specifically target them. We do this one for this one as well. We just say arrows, hour. Now the hour looks better because I want it to be smaller. So because this one didn't have transform rotate, so the transform rotate worked very nice, but for the height, because it was different from this one, we need to overwrite it. So we need to specifically apply it to this class. So it's inside the arrows. Okay. So now everything looks good for the styling. Looks like our final version. In order to the watch to work properly and be exactly like the time of our computer. So this is, as you can see, it's close to 12, like this. So that is working now exactly like my computer at time. So in the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically get the information from the computer, and based on that information, we're going to change the position of these seconds, hours, and minutes. And we're going to have a proper watch that is working simultaneously with the real time of your computer. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the styling of our project using CSS. In this video, we're going to start using JavaScript to add functionality to our project. The things we want to do is to get the data from the browser's date and time and convert that time to the degree, for example, for the second, minute, and also the hour. First things we need to do is to create a JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl B. And here on the left side on the Explorer section, we right click and we click on New File. We create a file called index.js. In order to use this file, we need to add a link to it within the HTML file. So inside the index.html, just at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. We just say SC, and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. So the src is the destination of the file, as the file is located exactly at the same directory as the index.html. So here we just write down index.js. Now we can use JavaScript in our project, and we just need to get the elements. We want to get few elements. The first one is, we want to get the 3 elements actually. The hour, minute, and second. In order to get them, we can use a method called query selector. So we need just to create a constant, and for example, we call it hour element. And this is going to be equal document, because we want to target document, all the document, and we want to use query selector. And the selector we want to use as its class, as we are targeting a div with a class, we need to add a dot here. And we just say hour. Okay, let's close this Explorer section so we have more space. Then we can copy this one 2 more times using Alt-Shift-Arrow down. And we just change this hour. You can use Ctrl D to select both and make this one minute. This one would be second. Okay. So let's check hour, minute, second. Now we have the elements. Let's console log and show you. Just use console log. For example, let's console log our element. So you can open the console using F12. So we go to console. As you can see, we return the element with a class of hour. Okay. We want to change style this div based on the information we get from browser, the time. But we want to, because the information we get from the browser is static, we need to get that one every second to update that information. I'll show you in a second. Let's first create a function, and we call it update clock. And let's call this function here one time. So the things we want to get is, for example, we want to get the current time or current date, as you can say, because it gives you time and date at the same time. So we get the current time, and we can get it using new date. We construct a new date, and this is going to give us an object, and it's going to be saved inside the current date. So let's console log current date, and let's open the console. Now we are getting the date and time, but it's just a string. The things that we are interested is this hour, minute, and second. We don't want the other information. So, and then, as you can see now, it's 8, 20, 36, 27. If you refresh the page, it's going to be changed because each time we are requesting it. But we can use some methods. For example, we can use the two-way. We can use a set timeout or set interval to execute this function every second, for example. Let me try the set timeout. So we just say set timeout. Set timeout takes in two things. First is a function. We can use the arrow function. And this is the delay that makes this function, that execute this function. As we are calling this function, we don't need to create a function. We just can just put the function's name here. So now, if we console log the time, the current date, we are getting it every second, as you can see in the console. So 13, 15, 16. So now we're getting a thing, and as I mentioned, we are interested in the time, the hour, the minute, and the second. So, for example, if you want to get the hour instead, just the hour, we can just add a method here and just call get, for example, hours. Okay. Now we just get the hour. Or if you want to get the minutes, we just say minutes, or you just say seconds. Just say get seconds. Now see 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we can get all these three things. So instead of console logging, I just create a constant and I call it, for example, hour. And this is going to be current date dot get hour, like this. Let's copy this one 2 more times using Alt Shift arrow down. And this is going to be a minute. And this should be capital. And this is going to be seconds. Okay. Now we are getting all of them, hour, minute, and second. We can console log here, see. So we are getting the hour, the minute, and also we are getting the second. So that is okay, but our clock is analog, so we need to convert these things to a degree. The seconds, let's change the, for example, the first one, the hour to degree. So we just say const and we just say hour degree is equal to, first we need to, because we have 12 hours in a clock, so we need to just get this hour and divide that one to 12, and also we need to multiply that one to 360 degree, because we have 360 degree in a watch. Okay. Now, and then in order to see it in our clock, we need to change the style of this hour. If you remember, inside the style, we were using transform, rotate 30 degree or 250 degree. For example, for hour is 30 degree now. If it's, for example, 60 degree, it should be here. Now we want to change this one dynamically using JavaScript here. So here we just say this hour element we have, we want to change its style and the transform, because we use the transform here and the function is rotate. So this is going to be equal, as it is dynamic, we need to use backtick to have a variable. So we just say rotate, and we can use the $sign to have the dynamic variable here. And the variable we want to use is this hour degree. And we just need to add a word dig at the end, because in the style we use degree here, dig. Okay. Now our hour is 8, which is the current hour. Now I'm recording the video. So we need to do the same things for the minute and second. So we need to copy this one using Alt Shift arrow down 2 times. And then we change this hour to minute. Then the minute is not 12, it should be 60, because we have 60 minutes in an hour. Okay, after hour, we have the second. So we just say second here, and second is 62. Okay. Now the time is working perfectly. As you can see, this is my current time in the computer, 8:44, 35, 36. Okay. The other methods I mentioned, instead of using set timeout, we can use a set interval. So let me just comment this one. And instead of calling this function here directly, we can just say set interval, and set interval is going to call the update clock, and we're going to call it every second. So this is going to work exactly the same. Okay, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a full month's calendar using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a calendar for months. It has a header with the month's title and also the date. And we have the full months information from the 1 to 30 days. And if you look at the computer, it's a really correct date. So today is 9 Thursday, and then we have the full months from 1 to 30. So this is all dynamically coming from the browser. And also we have this Thursday, 9 June 2022 at the top as well. And also we're going to style it like this. So we have that shadow effect and everything using CSS. I hope you enjoyed this project. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of the project. All right, let's start our project. I just keep the final version open here as a reference. Now we can open the Visual Studio Code and create the new files. So I just click on the Visual Studio Code. Here we click on this close icon to close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on Open Folder to create a new folder. I would like to create the project as usual in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your own computer. So here I click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. I'll call the project Month Calendar, and I press Enter. We can click here on the Select Folder to select the folder. Now, after closing the Get Started tab, we can create our HTML file on the left side in the Explorer section. We can click here to create a new file, and we just call it index.html. And here we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate using Emmet. So we press Tab or Enter. Now we have our HTML5 boilerplate, which includes the doc type, which tells the browser what version of HTML we are using. And as we are using HTML5, we just need to have HTML here. The HTML tag covers both the head and the body tag, and the lang attribute here sets the language of the page, which in our case is English. The head tag includes the metadata tags and the title tag. The first metadata tag sets the char set or the characteristic of our characters in our codes. And for HTML5, UTF-8 is recommended because it nearly contains all the characters and symbols. Then we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. The viewport meta tag tells the browser to how to resize the page. So we set the width of the browser to the width of the device's screen. For example, the mobile screen has the smaller width than the computer screen. Then we have the initial scale level or zoom level of the browser, which is set to be 100% as a default. The title sets the title of the page. If you open the browser now, using, for example, live server extension, we can see that the title is document now. We can simply change that by changing this title. So we set that one to the name of our project, which is Month Calendar. Let's bring the browser, the VS Code on the left side and the browser on the right side, so we can see everything simultaneously. As we are using live server, we can see everything on real time. Any change we do here, we see it there. For example, if I delete this title, We see it in real time. Okay. So now we have our template. Let's start check what we need for our project. So this is the project we have. It has a background of salmon color. So we have a container here. So we have a div with a class of container. Then inside this, we have another div for the calendar. This is a one div for the calendar. I can show you here by drawing actually. So let's use a good color. So just choose blue. Okay. So this is the calendar div. It has a div at the top. This div has two parts, the H1, for example, here, and we have a P tag here. Okay. Then we have another div for, let me show you in different color. This is another div for the weekdays. For example, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then we have one day for days. And each of these 1, 2, 3 are one div as well. So we have 1, 2, 3, etc. all to the end here. So we need to create our HTML based on these divs. So the first div was the container, which is the body section. All of them is the container, and then we have the calendar and etc. So let's go to the next one, which is the calendar div. So we have a div with the class of calendar. Then we have a div with the class of months, which is here. Inside this div, as I mentioned before, we have so one div here, and then we can just cover both of them with one div as well. So we can just have a div with the class of date. And inside this one, we have H1. Now I just hard-coded the months. We can see here, June. And after this H1, we have a paragraph. We just say Wednesday, for example, today's date, June 8, 2022, like this. After this div, months div, we have the weekdays div. So we have a div with a class of weekdays. And this one has, each of them is a div too. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So for example, Monday is a div. It doesn't have a class. We don't need a class for this. We just say month. Okay. So here we can see month. So let's copy this one 6 more times using Alt-Shift-Arrow down. So we have 7 days of the week. The next one is Tuesday. Then we have Wednesday, Thursday. Then we have Friday, Saturday, and finally we have Sunday. Okay. You can see here it doesn't have any style. We're going to style it in the next section using CSS, but just for now, we finish the HTML file first. After the weekdays, we have the div with a class of days. And each day, as you can see, the first 2 div is empty, doesn't have any number. So I just add a div with a class of, I call it empty. So I copy this one 2 times. one time. So we have 2 empty divs because we need to, first we need to style it, but later using JavaScript, we're going to calculate how many days we need to be empty, because each month starts from a different day of the week. For example, this month, this particular month, June of 2022, starts from Wednesday. But next month, here, for example, July, will start from first start from Friday. So we need to calculate these for these days before the first day using JavaScript. So I'm going to teach you how to calculate that in the JavaScript part. But for now, we just hard code 2 empty divs here. Then we want to have 30 days here. Okay. So instead of typing it all the way and then changing the 1 to 2 or something or copy it, we can make a trick. For example, we just say div and we add a multiply here and we just say 30 and we add a set of curly braces and we add a $sign here. Now, if we use emit and we press enter or we accept this, we're going to have 30 divs from the 1 to 30. That's easy as that. Yeah. Okay, so let me review that. So div multiply 30, we have 30 divs and $sign for it to be a variable. Okay. The other things is, as you see from the final version, the today, which is the 8th of June, is highlighted by different colors. So for today, that is 8, I'm going to add a class, we just say today. But later using JavaScript, we're going to add the class using dynamically using JavaScript. So this is not hard-coded like this one is just hard-coded for we apply the CSS. But later it's going to be all dynamic. Okay, that was it for the HTML part of the project. In the next section, we're going to install the project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to install the project using CSS. First things we need to do is to create a file called installer.css. So here on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and click on the new file. We name the file style.css. Before styling the project, we need to add a link to the install.css file inside the index.html file. So here in the head tag, just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. So now we have a link tag with the external link to the style sheet. And as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to have a style.css. So let's start styling just from the body section. Let's close this Explorer section so we have more space. So we just remove firstly the margin and padding from our project. So margin 0. So you can see there is no margin now. We can remove the padding as well. Then we change the font family, the font of our project to sans serif. You can see the difference. And then after the body tag, if you remember, inside the body tag, we have a container that is covering everything. So we target that container by just saying dot container. Then we set the width to be 100%, height to be 100% of the viewport height. So now we can bring everything inside this in the center using display flex and other stuff. So let's change the background color to be salmon color, like this. You can see. So now first we can start with the calendar part so we can see what we are doing. And then we come back to container again, because I want to show you what I always write. I don't want to just write down and then later say, oh, whatever I write happens like now. So it's better for learning purposes. So we target the calendar and we set the background color to be black. Okay, so everything's gone now, but we change the color of the text by just saying color. We set it to be light gray. Okay. The next things we need to do is just to add a width to it. So the 450 pixels. Then we have the height. We set it to be, for example, 520 pixels. So now we have this size. It's exactly like this, but it's not in the center. And so in order to bring it to the center, for the container, we just change the display to flex. Then we set the justify content to be center to bring it in the center horizontally, and item center or align item center to bring it to the center vertically, like this. Okay. And the other things we want to do is just, I want to add a box shadow too to this. And to make it a little bit like this, so you have some shadow here. And also we make it rounded corner. So for making a rounded corner, we just can change the border radius to be, for example, 10 pixels. Then for box shadow, we set it to be 4 pixels for the horizontal shadow, 4 pixels for the vertical shadow, and 8 pixels for the blur radius. Then the color of we use RGBA. For the red, we just use 0, green, 0, blue, 0. So we have now black color. For the alpha value, we set it to be 40% transparency or opacity. So we have the shadow now. And now we want to make the head like this in the different color. And also we want to bring everything to the center like this as well. So we target the months here. We target this months. Firstly, we set the width to be 100%. And then we set the height to be 120 pixels. So let's change the background color so we can see it better. So the background color for this, I want to use the color called light green. No, it's called light sea green. Yeah, this one. This color. And then for bringing everything to the center, we use display first flex. Then we use justify content center and align item center to bring the items to the center like this. But it's still the text is not in the center. We can just use text align center as well. So we make it completely in line in the center. But as you can see, the rounded at the top now is removed because this head is over that. So we need to add a border radius here as well. But the border radius we want to add is a 10 pixels and 10 pixels for the top. And we want the 0 for bottom, like this. So that is fine now. Next step is just target this one and this one. If you look at here, so this is the date and H1 and P. We want to target H1 and P tag. So we can just simply just say months and we target the H1 first. First, we change the font size to be 30 pixels. It's a little bit smaller. And then we set the font weight to be 400. It's a bit thinner. Then we make it uppercase using text transform property. We just say text transform and then we set it to be uppercase like this. So it's uppercase now. And let's target that paragraph. So we just say months paragraph and this one should be fonts. We set the font size to be 16 pixels. Okay. But 16 actually, we don't need to add 16 because the default font size is 16 by itself. So we can just remove this or leave it as a reference. Next step is these weekdays. We want them to be next to each other and with the same space from each other. So we need to target this weekdays div. And we can target weekdays and these divs too. So we just, firstly, we target the weekdays. And we set it to be 100%. The width, then we set the height to be 50 pixels. Okay, you can see the height now is 50 pixels. And then we set the display to flex to bring them next to each other like this. Okay. Now we target them individually. We just say weekdays, and we just target the div inside the weekdays. And this div, firstly, we change the font size to be 15 pixels. Then the font weight to be bold, so it's a bit thicker. Then we add a space between them between the letters using letter spacing 1 pixel. Okay. Then we set the width to be 100% as well because we want to use justify content. So now the width is 100%, but they are not in the center actually. So here we just use display flex as well. Then we set the align item center and justify content center too. Okay, now they look very nice. I think that's it for the weekdays, and then we start with the days here. So we have a div with a class of days. Inside we have all the 30 divs, but some of them they have a class of empty, but some of them there's a class of today. We want the today has the same color of the header and empty to be completely empty, but I want the empty should at least to be a square so it has some space. So we target all divs and we can achieve that. So firstly, we target the days that is covering everything. We set the width to be 100%. Display to flex to bring everything to the next to each other. But I wanted them to go to the next line as well. So we set the flex wrap to be flex. In this case, when we have a overflow of these items, they should go to the next line. But now they are next to each other because we have a space. So we just can add some padding as well. So padding should be 2 pixels. Then we target each div. So we just say days, and we target all the divs, the 30 divs. Firstly, we change the font size to be 14 pixels. So they should be smaller. We add a margin of 3 pixels. Next, we add a width. The width for them, it's 57.5 pixels. So I actually achieved them by try and error. So I'll show you why I choose this number later. So we set the height to be 50 pixels. And then we set the display to flex. And justify content center. Align item center. Okay. The reason they are not coming down now, because this flex wrap shouldn't be flex. It should be wrap actually. So now everything came next to each other. So the reason we wait to be 57, for example, if you make it a smaller like 50, they will be like that. So by try and error, I found this number 57.5, and they are now exactly under the week. And everything, the height and everything, if you change the height, for example, more height, they come down. So there, everything I calculated by try and error. So nothing special here. Now we want to add this hover effect. When we hover over them, we want the border. Okay. So we target this hover effect. We just say days and that div. And if they have a hover effect, I want the border to be, let's show it here, 2 pixels. Now the color is black. So firstly, we make it solid and then we change the color to gray. So now we can see it like this. And we set the cursor to be pointer. The reason we see the movement because of the border box value. We need to, in the body section, we change the box sizing to be border box. When you do this one, we can still see the movement. We should actually target box sizing inside the everything, not only the body. So instead of just changing a body, we can change everything using this sign. Now we can see that box sizing border box is applied. Okay. But we didn't still get this one, the today to be different color. And also when we hover, when we hover over this empty, we still get the border. We don't want to get the border when we are here. So we can remove that one easily here. We just say not, don't apply this one to the empty div, the div with the class of empty, these two. So now we don't get this border here. Also the cursor is not pointer. Let's target this today. So we can just say today. We just changed the background color. The background color was light sea green, like this. Okay. I think that was it for the CSS part. Everything is okay. In the next section, we're going to start adding the real data. This is actually not the real data because this is 8 and actually today I'm recording is 9. So we want to get the current data using the browser's data that is coming from your computer. And we can easily achieve that using JavaScript date method. So in the next section, we're going to start with the JavaScript part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed a styling of our project using CSS. In this video, we're going to create the JavaScript file of our project and add a dynamic date and the calendar for our project. So first thing first, we need to create a JavaScript file. So on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on new file. We create a file called index.js. Before using JavaScript in our project, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we need to go to index.html, and just at the end, next to the body closing tag, we just add a script tag. We just write a script, and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files are located at the same directory, I mean the index.html and index.js, we just need to write index.js in the src attribute. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. The first thing I want to fix and make it dynamic is this June month and also the date here. As you can see, we hard-coded June and June 8th, but today is actually 13. And we need to get it from the browsers. Okay, let's we get this month first. So in order to get the months, we need the index of the months. If you check here, we have 12 months. The index of the first month is 0. 1, 2, 3, 2 to 11. So in order to get the index, we just create a constant and we call it months index. And this is going to be equal, make a new date, construct a new date. This is the dates constructor, and actually it's a built-in constructor from JavaScript. So we create a new date. Let me console log this so you can see what we are doing. So now let's open the console using F12. As you can see, let me increase the size. As you can see, we have the date and time as a string, depending on the local time. For me, is Australian Eastern Standard Time. We have the time and also the date that is correct. And if you refresh the page, we should get a new time now. Now, instead of time, I just want to get the months. Okay. We just need to add a dot here and we just say get months. Let's see what we get here. We are getting the index 5. As I mentioned before, it starts from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So June is 5. The index is 5. Then we need to create an array of months. And based on the array, we get the correct months. So we just create an array of months. We call it months. And this one starts with January and continue with February and so on. I'm not going to type this one. I'm going to grab it here, but you can just grab that one from the resource section, GitHub resource, or you can type it as well. So I paste all of them here, January, February to December. Now, if we want to see the month's name, for example, if I console log here after this, instead of months index, I can just say months, and here I just say months index. That one should have an S. Let's open the console again. Now we are getting June. Okay. Now we want to put this June inside this here. In order to do that, we need to get it first. We need to bring it here to the JavaScript. So this one, actually, it's a div with a class of date. And we want to change this head one, h1. So let me delete this one so you can see the change when I do it. So now we don't have. So let's bring it here. So we just create, let me do it at the top. We create a constant and we call it months element. So we tap to the document and we just say query selector because it's a class. The class name was date. So we should add a dot date, and after that we go to h1. Okay, so now instead of console logging, we just change the inner text of this. So we just say inner text is equal to months with the index of months index. Now we are getting the June, but this is dynamic. So next month it's going to be July, for example. The next thing is this one. This is very simple. We just need to first bring it, this part, which is the paragraph inside the div with the class of date. So let's copy this one and then call this one full date element. And this is coming from date and paragraph. And the inner text for this, just say full date element. And this is going to be equal. We need to get the current date by just saying new date. And then this is we can say, we can convert this one to date a string like this. Now we are getting the same as before, but this is the correct one because today is 30 in my calendar. Okay. So we don't need it actually here inside this h1, and we can delete it from here. Okay. The next step is just the weekdays is okay. We don't need to touch it. We need to get these day of month dynamically. And if there are, we just have to get the first day here, which day is of the week. And then the previous one, we should make it empty. And then we fill all of them until here. And finally, we need to highlight the today's date, which is today is 30. Okay. So we go back to index.js, and first day we want to know that how many days we have in the months. For example, this month is 30 days, but the next month is 31 days. Okay, so we need to get that information. So we create a constant and we call it last day. The last day is going to be, we create a new date because we want to get the date. And which date we want to get? We want to get the date for 2022 and this year. We can just hard code, for example, 2022 and the index of the month, which is June 5, and then we just we can do it like this, but we want to do it dynamically, so we need to create a new date here. And for the first one, we want to get the full year, which is 2022 in our case, in this time. The next one is the months. We need to get the months. So we just create a new date and we get the months that gives us the index. Or we could use this one as well. So we can bring this one here, and instead of typing in this one again, we just can paste here months index. And let me console log this one first to show you. So now if we set a 0 here, we want the day with the 0. So which day is the 0? The 0 means the previous months. So let me show it in your console. It's telling me invalid date. So let me see what mistake we did. So this is get months. That is correct. Get full year, we should add a parenthesis here because it's a function. Okay. Now we got the previous day. We got the May 31. Okay. This is the date we got. So we know now the previous months have how many days? For example, May was 31 days. If you want to get the current months, we just need to add 1 to this index. So we get the next month's 0 day, which is the 30 of this month. So I open the console. Now we should get the last day of this month, which is June 30. Okay, now we got the date. We want to see, we just want to get the number 30 actually. So instead of getting all of them, we just want to add here get date. So get date is going to give us just the number. So let me open the console. Now we're just getting 30. For the next months, for example, July, if you add 2, this is going to be 31. So we want the current months, which is 30. Okay, now we have this 30. So let's create it here. At the end here, we create a variable called days. And we set it to be an empty string first. Then we create a for loop, and this is going to start from 1 because the day of the month starts from 1. Then we want this one to be until the last day, the 30 days. So I should be equal and less than last day. And we want to increment I each time 1. Now, let's add a last day. That one should be like this, less than and equal. Okay, now it's correct. So now we just set the days equal. We add a new days like this. And we add a backtick to have a dynamic. So we add a div here. Let's close the div. And inside is dynamic, the number of days. The number of days, we can add a $sign, and we just say I is the number of days. Now let's delete everything so we can see the result. So we delete everything. Now we are not getting any results. So let me check again. So div, we added days. Oh, we added the days, but we didn't put it inside this div. First, we need to get this div. So we copy this and we call this one days element. And this is going to be equal to days selector. And we just say days.element.inner HTML is equal to days. That's it. Now we can see days from 1 to 30. Okay. But the problem is that the month is not starts from Monday. It starts from Wednesday. So we need to get the start point as well. That is very simple as well. Similar to one we get the last day, we need to get the first day. So let me delete this console and I copy this last day and we make this one first day. So here we should get the current month, not the next month. And we want the first day, not the 0. Okay. And instead of getting the date, we want to get the day. We want to know which day of the week is there. So let's console log this, the first day. So the first day is showing 3. But as I mentioned before, the first day was Wednesday. So it should be 0, 1, 2. This index should be 2. The reason we are getting this one, in JavaScript, weeks start from Sunday, not Monday. So it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So actually, that is correct. But because we started the week from Monday, we are getting the wrong one. So in order to fix it for in our case, we can just minus this to 1. So we're now getting the correct index, which is 2. Okay. Now we need to fill the first 2 with the empty divs. Okay. Because the month starts from Wednesday. It should be here. 1 should be here. And it have to have 2 empty divs. So here at the end, before this, we added another for loop. This for loop is the opposite. It starts from the top and we come back. So we use I minus minus here. So this one, I starts from the first day. So it starts from here, the Wednesday index, and it comes back to the beginning. So we just say I is greater than, I think I should be greater than 0, and then we decrease the I. We test this one. I'm not sure about this. So we try this first. So we just say days like this one. We need to copy this. And instead of this, we just have a class of empty. So not working. Let's check the error. $33. Let me first check. Actually, everything was correct, but we have to refresh the page. And then in order, we shouldn't get the number here, so we need to remove this I from here. So now it's empty. So that is correct now. And the next step, we want to get the highlighted. We want to this current day, which is 13 today, should be highlighted with the this div, which is today. We created in the star here, the light green. So here we just need to add a if here, if a statement. We just say if the current day is equal to the I is equal to the current day. The current day is, we can get here by just saying new date dot get date. And we get the date. Yeah, this is the current date. And if this one happened, instead of doing this, we want to change the class to today. Let's refresh the page. And this one should be, I think, like this. Okay, now the current date, but this is one is added, so we need to put this one in the else. So we don't add it 2 times. Okay. So now everything is correct. The month starts from Wednesday and the 30 days. And the current day, which is 13, is highlighted by the green color, which is styled as CSS. We are getting the current months and also current date here. Monday, June 13, 2022. So let me explain this one again. Maybe it's complicated for some people. So let me increase the size here. So we got the elements from our index.html, months, full day elements, and also the days element. We got the index of the months by using new date get months. And we brought a new array, and with using the index, we got the month's name, and we show it inside this full date element in months element using inner text. And also we got the full date element using new date to date string. Let me delete this console log now. And then we got the last day using the new date, but we give them the 2022 June. Actually, we got a July, and we just say what is the day before July, and then we got the 30, and we got the date, that day's number using get date. The first day we got it similarly, but we got the current month and the first day, and we got the which day of the week is that. But because JavaScript starts from Sunday, we decrease this one by 1 to get to to make it compatible with our calendar, which starts from Monday. And finally, we created a variable called days, and we filled the days with the firstly with empty, with the devs with a class of empty, then with a class of with no class, and for the current day we fill it with the dev with a class of today. And finally, we put it inside that div with a class of days using inner HTML. Okay, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a mouse event project. As you can see from the final version of the project, when we move the mouse around the screen, we see a different numbers in a mouse X position and Y position. When we go to the top left, we see the numbers is going toward 0. And if we go to the right down, we see that the numbers is getting bigger. This is actually the position of the mouse to the left and horizontal and the vertical position. This website is going to be useful for someone who wants to design and do the CSS for his website. You can get these numbers and check how many pixels they are far from the here, from the top, from the left. In this project, we're going to learn how to use add event listener to get these numbers and how we track the mouse position in the browser. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop. Here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Mouse Event, which is the name of our project. We press Enter, and here we click on the Select Folder button. We close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left, we create an HTML file. So we right-click, and we click on New File. We name the file index.html, and we press Enter. Here on the right side, now we can see our index.html file, which is completely empty. But we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we choose the first auto suggestion. We can turn on the word wrap by using Alt-C to see all the code. As you can see, now we have the HTML5 boilerplate, which includes the doc type, which tells the browser what version of HTML the page is written in. For HTML5, we just need to have HTML here. Then we have an HTML tag, which is the top level element inside the HTML file, and the lang attribute here in the opening tag defines the language of the page. In our case, we set the language to be English. Then we have the head section and the body section. All the codes goes inside the body section, but in the head tag we have metadata tags and also the title tag. The first metadata tag is for HTML character encoding, and we set it to be UTF-8, which is recommended by HTML5 because it nearly contains all characters and symbols. Then we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. And also we have viewport meta tag, which tells the browser on how to resize the page. The first part of the viewport meta tag tells the browser to set the page's width to the device's screen. For example, if we have a mobile screen, the width will be smaller than when we have a computer screen. Also, we set the initial zoom level of the page here as a default is 100%, and we can change it by changing this number. Then we have the title tag, which sets the title of the page, which is now document. We can see that inside the browser now. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we need to use the live preview extension, which we have installed in the introduction section. So we right click here and we click on live preview, show preview. Now we can see the browser on the right side with the title document. We can change the title here and we set it to be, for example, mouse event, which is the name of our project. We can close this Explorer section for now, so we have more space for the index.html. All right. In the body section, we add an empty container. It means a div with a class of container. So we just write dot container, and we press enter to accept the auto suggestion. As you can see, now we have a div with a class of container, and inside this div, we create another div with a class of mouse event. And inside this div, we added number as a hard-coded, which is the mouse position. But later, using JavaScript, we can dynamically get the mouse position and change this number automatically. So, and then we have the h4 tag, which just saying mouse X position, and we add a parenthesis saying for pixels, which means in pixels. And also we should copy this to have the Y position as well. So we copy this using Alt-Shift arrow down, and we change this X to Y. So now we have these numbers and also everything in a hard-coded version, but later using JavaScript, we're going to add functionality to the project and change these numbers systematically and based on the position of the mouse. That was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project and bring these numbers to the middle and in a box. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. We just hard-coded the mouse position, X and Y. In this section, we're going to start styling the project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So we open the Explorer section on the left side using Ctrl-Shift-E. And we right-click here and we click on New File. We name the file style.css and we press Enter. Before styling the project using CSS, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html file and just under the title section and at the end of the head tag, we just add a link tag. We just write link and we choose the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now, as you can see, now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. And the href attribute here defines the destination of the link or the URL as we have the index.html and the style.css at the same directory. We just need to write style.css for the URL. All right, now we can start styling our project. Let's save this file and we go to style.css and let's close this for now. We open this a little bit. We start from the body section. We just write body. We open a set of curly braces. And first we remove the default margin. As you can see, there is a small gap here. So we remove this space using margin 0, as you can see here. Then we use display flex to be able to bring these items to the center horizontally first using justify content center. And then we use height 100% of the viewport height. So we write 100 VH to be able to bring the items to the center vertically because we set the height of the body to the height of the screen size. So we just write align item centers to bring the items in the center vertically. Let's change the background color to be dark blue. And let's change the color to be brighter to see them. So let's change the color to be white. Let's change the font of the text using font family property. We just need to write here font family cursive. Now we have a beautiful fonts. And next we need to add a box for each of these elements. The elements we have here is, as you can see in the index.html, this class with the mouse event class. So we're going to target this div with the class of mouse event. So we're targeting both of them with this class. So in the style CSS here, we just write dot mouse dash event. We open a set of curly braces and we add a border to see, just say border. We change the border to solid so you can see a border. We change the height of the border to be 1 pixels and change the color to be light gray. All right. Let's add some margin. So we add some space between the two elements. So we just say margin, let's say 20 pixels, or even more. We can do 40 pixels. All right. Let's bring these elements next to each other when we have a bigger size screen. So we target the parent of mouse elements, which is container. Here we just say dot container, and we change the display to flex. But we want these elements to be on the top of each other when we have a smaller screen. And also we want this width to be always big. So we change the mean width to be, for example, 150 pixels. Oh, I changed the mean height. So we just change this to width. All right. Now we always have the same, should have the same size here. Let's change this 100, let's change it to 180. So yeah, that's fine. But we want these elements to be on top of each other when we have a smaller screen. So we had a media query here. So we just write an and sign, ampersand sign. So we just check the media query. We remove this screen and change it to max width to be 500 pixels. And for the screen smaller than 500 pixels, we change the container. Its flex direction to column. So when we have a smaller screen, these are going on top of each other. All right, that looks fine. So let's bring this mouse X position to the top and this 20 to the middle. So the mouse event, let's add some text. Oh, we don't need text align center actually. If we add the here, we can add text align center to bring them in the middle. And also let's bring this to the top so we can target that using mouse events, and we're targeting that H4. So we just write H4 here and we set the position to be absolute, but we want it to be absolute relative to this box, which is this container mouse event. So we set the position of this to be relative. And let's add some height too to this. So say min height to be 100 pixels, for example. All right. So we set the position absolute for this, and we can bring it to the top using top minus, let's try 30 pixels. It's not enough, 50 pixels. So that looks fine, but the size of the the size of the font is too big, so we just change the font size to be 12 pixels, or just say 14, yeah. And we bring them to the middle too by using left 50%, but we are bringing the edge of them to the center. In order to bring all of them to the center, we can use transform translate x minus 50%. And also, we don't want these lines to be on the top of each other. We can turn off the word wrap using white space, no wrap. So they're always next to each other. And also, we want the font weight to be a little bit smaller. So we just set the font weight to be 100. And let's change the color to be light gray too. So it's gonna be a little bit dimmer. All right, let's bring this 20 to the center as well. So here we just add justify content center. And align item center, but we have to change the display to flex. All right. So we need, for bringing them to the middle, we can use display flex, and justify content and align item centers bring them exactly in the middle. And let's change the size to be a little bit bigger. So we just say 20 pixels, or just say 30 pixels. Yeah, that looks fine. Now for the styling, in the next section, we're going to change this number based on the position of the mouse in the screen dynamically. So in the next section, we're going to add the functionality using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we're going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. We're going to dynamically change these numbers based on the mouse X and Y positions. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So here, we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on New File. We name the file index.js and we press Enter. Before adding functionality to the project using JavaScript, we need to link the JavaScript file to the HTML file. So we go back to the index.html, and just at the end of the body tag, we just write SC, and we click on the second auto-suggestion, the one with the SRC. Now we have a script tag, and we can link the HTML file to the index.js file. SRC, similar to href, defines the destination of the link. And as both files, I mean the index.js and index.html files, are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL. Now we can use the JavaScript in our project. The first thing we need to bring to the JavaScript, and the first element we need to target, is this one, the div with the class of container. Because it has a class, we can return it using query selector method. So inside the JavaScript, we create a constant and we call it container element. We equal this to, let's close this section so we have more space to see the code. We just write document dot query selector, and inside a set of parentheses we just write dot container because the div has a class, so we just need to have dot here. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the codes clearly. Then we need to add an event listener to the window so we can get all the information of the mouse. So inside the window, we add an event listener. So we just write dot add event listener. Add event listener has two parameters. The first one is the event, and the second one is the function that will be triggered when the event happens. And the event we want to target is the mouse move. So whenever we move the mouse, these events will trigger a function. So we write a function after a comma. We use an arrow function. First, we can see the event. We just write event here, and we console log the event. So when we let's open the console using the open the DevTools pane here from the hamburger button. So we open the DevTools, and inside the console, we can see that the mouse event is showing. Now, if we move the mouse inside the browser, you can see that they are showing a new position for the mouse. When we get close to the top, we get the lower amount in client X and client Y, as you can see, and we go to this way, we get the higher numbers. The things we want to get is client X and client Y. So we close this console. We don't need it anymore. We delete the log, and we need to change this container inside the container. So we just say container element and we dot inner HTML because we want to change the HTML inside the container. We set it equal to a backtick so we can have a variable inside. So we copy this all divs and we bring them here. Now we have here all the HTML inside, but we want to change this 20 to the X position. So we added variable. So we write a $, a set of curly braces, and inside this we just say event dot client X. So when we move our mouse now inside the browser, we can get the mouse X position inside this box. So let's do the same things for the Y position as well. So we write a $, and open a set of curly braces, and we just get the event, but this time we get the client Y. So before entering inside the browser, we just get the 20, which we are here. We have here. And when we enter, we can see the X position. For example, here we have 10 and 11 pixels from the X and Y position. It calculates from here. So we have 0 and 0 here, and the maximum is this side. And if you open the browser too, we just open the browser inside the Google Chrome. We can see now we have a bigger screen, and we are getting a bigger X and Y position here. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned new things. That was very a small project, but you could learn some important things like add event listener and using the event mouse move and how to uh, have the inner HTML and change it dynamically. Yeah, that was it for the project, and I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. I'll see you in the next project. Welcome to another project. In this project, we're going to create a loading bar. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a header here, and also we have a percentage, loading percentage number, and also we have a loading bar. If you refresh the page, you see the numbers is incrementing from 0 to 100. This project is going to be useful for as a preloader for any websites, and you can use it in your own project. We're going to learn how to increment these numbers and change the bar's width using JavaScript. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of the project. Alright, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. We close the Get Started tab, and here in the File menu, we click on Open Folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click on Desktop here, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the project Loading Bar. And we press Enter. Now we choose the Select folder here, and we close the Get Started tab again. Now we can create our HTML file. So on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on New File. We name the file index.html and we press Enter. Now on the right side, we have our index.html file, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to make an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. Now we have our HTML5 boilerplate, which includes a doc type, which tells the browser what version of HTML we are using. For HTML5, we use HTML here. Then we have the HTML tag that covers everything, including the header and the body section. The length attribute inside the heading opening tag defines the language of the page, which is English in our case. Then in head section, we have metadata and title. The charset attribute defines the HTML character encoding, and UTF-8, which covers all the letters and characters, is recommended by HTML5. Then we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the browser in particular things to the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. Then we have the viewport meta tag. Let's use Alt-Z to see all the code and turn on the word wrap, the first part of the viewport meta tag tells the browser to adjust the page's width to the device's screen. For example, for the mobile device, the width will be much smaller than a computer screen. Then we have the initial zoom level of the page, which is 100% in our case. Then we have the title, which is the title of the browser, and we can see it inside the browser. Let's open the browser. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension that we have installed. So we right click and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview tab. Now here on the right side, we can see the browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to our project's name, which is Loading Bar. And inside the body tag, let's add a container that covers all the code. A div with a class of container. And we press enter to accept the auto suggestion. So we get the div with the class of container. Inside the container, let's add a heading tag, just h1. And we just write loading. After that, we have a div with a class of counter. So we just put the number here. So we press enter and we just add 0% for the text, which is hard coded now, but later we are going to change this one dynamically using JavaScript. After that, we have two bars or line breaks. We use HR tag to make a long break. We set the class of the first one, loading bar, back, because we want this to be behind the main bar. And we have another HR tag with a class of loading bar front. So later in JavaScript, we position these line breaks to absolute, so they will be on top of each other. And we set the color of the back loading bar to a lighter color so we can see an empty line and the filling line. Yeah, that was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start styling the project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So first, we create a CSS file. So on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on New File. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before starting to style our project using this file, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html and just after the title tag, let's first close this so we can see it better. So just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. As you can see, now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, which is the style.css. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, I mean the index.html and the style.css, are located at the same directory, so we just need to write here a style.css. All right, so now we can use our CSS file. We go to the style.css and we start styling the body section. So we just write body, we open a set of curly braces. First, we remove the space around the body section, the default margin. So we just write down margin 0. Then we change the display to flex to be able to bring the items to the center horizontally. So we write justify content center to bring them to the center horizontally, and we can bring them to the center vertically. Just first we have to set the height to be 100% of the viewport height. So it's 100% of the screen size, and you use align item center to bring them to the center vertically. We change the background color to be black, and we change the color of the text to be light gray. And we change the font family. We change the font of the heading and the 0% using font family property. And the font I would like to use is cursive, but you can use any font you like in your project. So we just choose the first auto suggestion. Now we get this beautiful font. Let's next install the main container, which is here, which covers everything. And it has the class of container. So we just need to use the CSS selector dot container, and we open a set of curly brackets or curly braces. Just first we bring the numbers to the middle using text align center, and let's increase the width of the loading bars to, for example, 300 pixels. And that was it for the container part. Then we have let's style this div with the class of counter. So just under this we write dot counter, and we open a set of curly braces. First we change the font size. To change the size of the number, we just set it to be 40 pixels. I think that's big enough. And next we're going to style the next HR tag, which has the class of loading bar back. These both they have the similar styling, but the difference is we want the color of the bar in the back to be lighter than the bar in the front. So in the style.css, just under this, we target the loading bar back first, First, we change the position to be absolute. So we bring the both lines on top of each other. So we just say absolute. And we want this to be absolute in relationship with the container. So in the container, we should change the position to relative. Otherwise, the positioning will be relative to the body, which is the main parent. Then we have, let's change the height to be 8 pixels. Let's change the background color to be light gray. And let's give it some width. Just say 100%. Now we can see it clearly. Let's add some border to the bar. Just a little bit of border. So we use border radius 5 pixels. And let's increase the width a little bit more. Just make it 400 pixels so we can clearly see the bar. And let's remove the border, the black border, just say border none. So it looks much better. And yeah, that's it for the loading bar back. For the loading bar front, it will be the same styling, but with the different color. So we just copy this using Alt-Shift arrow down. First, we have to highlight it and then use Alt-Shift arrow down. And we just change this back to front. And we change the color to be, for example, let's see what color we have here. Just any colors you like. Yeah, just choose the orange red. And this width, if you change it, if you, for example, check, say 10%, you can see the bar has 10% orange red color, and the behind bar still is 100%, which has the color of light gray. So later in JavaScript, we're going to use some methods to change the width and the number dynamically when we refresh the page. So let's change this width to 0%, and we're going to change it inside the JavaScript. So in the next section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right. In the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we're going to add some functionality to the project using JavaScript. First, we need to create the JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, or you can open the Explorer from here, Ctrl-Shift-E. So we right-click and we click on New File, and we name the file index.js. Before using JavaScript in our project, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html file, and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write script, or we just write SC, and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, I mean the index.html and index.js, are located at the same directory, for the src section, which is the destination of the link, we just need to write index.js. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. So let's close this Explorer section by just dragging this line to the left. And we go to the index.js file. The elements we need to manipulate is using JavaScript is this percentage number and also this bar, but the front bar. So in the index.html, we have to target this counter class and also this loading bar front class. In order to return an element with a class, we can use the query selector method. So in index.js, we just add a constant. We just name the element counter element. We want to target this. So we equal this to document.query selector. Just query selector. We use Alt-C to turn on the road wrap so we can see all the code. And inside the set of parentheses, we need to specify the selector. Because it's a class, we just need to name with a dot at the beginning. So we just write dot counter. The next element we need to return to our JavaScript file is the bar, but the front bar. So the class is loading bar front. So we copy this name. We go back to the index.js and we create a constant. We call it bar element. We just write document.query selector, and inside a set of parentheses and a double quote, we just write dot and we paste the class name. All right, now we can manipulate them. For example, as you can see here, we can just say counter element dot, for example, inner text, and we just can set it to, for example, 20% instead of 0%. So in order to do so, we just make a function to update it every like a 1%, 2%, 3%, and the bar as well. So we make a function here. So first we create a variable and we call it index, idx, and we set it to 0. So we start from 0 and we call a function. We just call the function num, update num, and we create the function just under it. So we just say function update num, and oh, sorry, I just made a mistake here. Update num. And here we just manipulate our counter element, just change the inner text to, I set it to, as you remember, we did it 20% like this, but I want it to be dynamic, so we keep the percentage, but we add the index at the beginning. So now it's 0% because the IDX is 0. If we change the IDX to 10, we see here that the percentage is 10, or 100, we have 100%. So we return this to 0. And next things we want to manipulate is the bar element. We just write bar element. The things we want to change is the width of the bar. So we need to tap to the style. And then we use the width. And we equal this. We can do the same things here as well. For example, we check 10%. And we see the 10% red bar, or 20 or 50. So we make this dynamic as well. So we delete this, and outside we just say IDX plus this. And if you change this IDX to 20, for example, we see 20% here and 20% width of bar. Let's return this to 0, and we need to loop this until 100. So we use set timeout method. First, we need to increment the IDX 1 each time the function is called, and we check if the IDX is less than 101, which means until 100. We use set timeout method to call this update num function again, but we just say every 20 milliseconds. So you can see it. So if you refresh our browser again, we can see that the bar is changing at the same time with the counter value. That was it for our project. That was a very short project. I hope you enjoyed and learned new things. So see you in the next project. Welcome to another project. In this project, we are going to create a testimonial slider. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a testimonial box, and also we have an image which is being positioned at the top center of the box, and also is styled to be circle. Also, we have a code here and with author name. We're going to create and generate these codes using an AI code generator, and also we're going to get these profile images from Unsplash websites. Furthermore, we're going to change these images and codes, for example, every 10 seconds using JavaScript. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of our project. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on Open Folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click on Desktop. Here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Testimonial Slider, and we press Enter. Here we click on Select Folder to select the folder, and we close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section we create an HTML file. We right-click, we click on New File, and we name the file index.html. And we press Enter. Now on the right side, we have our index.html file, which is completely empty. But we can use an exclamation mark to have an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. As you can see, now we have an HTML5 boilerplate, and the first line is the doc type, which tells the browser which version of HTML the page is written in. And in our case, which we are using HTML5 for our project, we just need to have HTML in here. Then we have an HTML tag, which covers the header and the body tag. The lang attribute here sets the language of the page, and in our case, we set the language to be English. Then we have the head tag, which covers the meta tags and the title tag. The charted attribute defines the HTML5 character encoding, and UTF-8 is actually recommended by HTML5 for web developers because it nearly contains all the characters and symbols. And the user that is seeing our page or website won't have any problem seeing the characters and symbols of our page. Then we have a meta tag that tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. Then we have here the viewport meta tag, which tells the browser on how to resize the page. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the world wrap so we can see all the code. As you can see, now we have a content attribute which tells the browser to set the width of the page to the device's screen. As you may know, the width of the mobile screen is smaller than the computer screen, so we're not gonna have problem seeing our website with different width and screen size. Then we have initial scale of the page, which is the initial zoom level of the page, and in our case it's 100%. Then we have the title tag. The title tag sets the title of the page. We can see the title tag in the browser right now. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the live preview extension, which we have installed previously. So we right click here and we click on live preview, show preview. Now on the right side, we see our browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. We can change the document here. Let's close this Explorer section so we have more space inside the index.html and also the browser. And let's change the title to be Testimonial Slider, which is the name of our project, and we can see a testimonial slider in the tab inside the browser. Then in the body section, let's add a container which has the testimonial inside it. So we call it testimonial. We can call it testimonial actually container. So now we created a div with a class of testimonial container, and inside this div we first we add a image tag so we can have a profile image. In order to have a profile image, we can use a website called Unsplash. So we go to the desktop and we click on Google Chrome and we search here for Unsplash. And in the search results, we click on unsplash.com. Here in the search bar, we search for example, user. And here we see some profile pictures. For example, this man, we click on that. In order to get the URL of the image, we just need to right click and we click on copy or copy image address. We go back to our browse to our Visual Studio Code, and inside the src attribute, which defines the destination of the link, we paste our image link. You can see it on the browser. And in the alt section, we just write user image. All right. After the image, we have a paragraph which covers the testimonial text, and we just add a class of text here. In order to have some testimonial, like fake testimonial from the internet, we can search for a website inside the browser called, I think, a testimonial generator. In the search result, the first result in the Google search result is testimonial-generator.com. So we click on this, and this is a AI-based generator. So here we just write the name of the service or product we want to create the testimonial. For example, we just say Apple and generate. Yeah, we see the testimonial. This is very short. We can click again to get another one, or click again. I want to get a one with 2 line. Yeah, just try another time. Yeah, that's fine. We just copy this text and we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it inside the paragraph tag. If you scroll down in the browser, you can see the testimonial here inside the browser. After this, we add a h4 tag with a class of username to add the name of the person who wrote the testimonial code. We just need to copy this and we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. Yeah. That was it for our HTML part. In the next section, we're going to use CSS to style our testimonial box and the slider. And after that, we're going to use JavaScript to actually automatically change the testimonial slider every 10 seconds. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to add CSS to our project and style it so we can have a beautiful testimonial slider. First, we need to create a CSS file. So in the left section, we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and we right-click here in the Explorer section and we click on New File. We name the file style.css and we press Enter. Before styling our project using CSS, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html and just under the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. We can close the Explorer section now to have more space for our browser and the code section. Let's save this file using Ctrl S, and we go to the style.css to start styling our project. First, let's decrease the size of this image so we can easily style the rest of the page. So we target the image from its tag. Now we have an image here, so we just write, we can target the tag. We just write img. We change the width to be 100%, 100 pixels, and height to 100 pixels. So we have a square picture. Now we can easily see our website, all the testimonial and the names section. So we can easily now style our project. So first we start with the body section. The first things we need to do to remove the space around the body element using margin 0. As you can see now, we don't have any margin. Then we use display flex to be able to bring the items to the center horizontally. And we just use justify content center to bring the items to the center horizontally. But as we have another div here with the class of testimonial container, and the size of this div is the same size of the body, so we cannot see any change in our browser. So let's style that container. So testimonial container, and we change the width to be, for example, 500 pixels. You can see now. And we change the height to be 300 pixels. So now, and let's change the background color so we can easily see this section. So we change the color to a slate blue. And we just, now you can see that this section is exactly in the middle. The same amount of margin is this way and that way. So the next things we want to do to bring this section to the middle vertically by setting the height to be 100% of the viewport height, and we change the align items to be center. Yeah. Let's change the font of the website using font family property. We set it to be cursive, so we have more beautiful text. That was it for the body section. Now we can start and continue style our testimonial container. Let's add some box shadow and add some border, rounded border to the container. So we just change the border to be rounded by border radius 10 pixels, and we add some shadow effect to the container using box shadow. The first value in box shadow effect is the position of the horizontal shadow. We set it to be 0. And the second value is the position of the vertical shadow, and we set it to be 4 pixels. You can see it here. This third value is actually the radius of the shadow. So we just set it to be 8 pixels. We can see a little bit of the shade around the box. but this is a little bit dark and doesn't look like a shadow much. We need to decrease the transparency level of the color. We can use RGBA function to set the color. So we just write RGBA. The value is red, green, blue, and alpha. We set 0 for red, green, and blue to achieve the black colors, and we used 0.3 for alpha value, which gives us 30% transparency. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes clearly. Yeah. Let's set the min width to be, for example, 300 pixels, so we don't get a smaller size than this one. Or just maybe 400, it would be better. Yeah. And the next things I would like to do is to add some margin to the box. Sorry, padding. So we have some space around the text. So we just say padding. Bottom, top and bottom padding, we set it to be, for example, 40 pixels. And we set the left and right to be 20 pixels. And let's add some margin. Just 5 pixels. When we decrease the size, we still have some margin near for the smaller screen devices. And let's change the color to be white so we can see the text clearly. And the next things I would like to do to bring this image to the center top of the container. So in the image, first we make the image rounded, by using border radius 50%. Then we set the position to be absolute so we can bring it top. But now we need to position this absolute in relative to the testimonial container. So we just change the position of this to be relative. So we want it to be in the middle, in the center. We just set the left to be 50%. But this one brings the edge of the image to the center. As you can see, here is the center. We can use the transform property. When I use the translate x minus 50% to bring the image to the center horizontally. And let's bring this one to the top. So we set the top to be minus, as you can see, we have the height of the image to be 100 pixels. If we set the top to be minus 50 pixels, which is the half of the image, we bring it exactly in the middle and in the top section. Yeah. Now we have too much height for our container. Let's decrease this one to 200. And let's bring this one a little bit down by changing the padding. This is the top. This is the left and right. So let's increase this one to 70 and decrease the height to 100 pixels. Yeah, this one looks fine. Let's decrease the size of this name. So we target this h4 tag, which has the class of username. So at the bottom, we just add username with a dot. And we change the font size to be 12 pixels. Yeah, let's try 13. And let's change the font width to be a little bit thinner. For example, we choose 100. So that looks good for me. Yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to add functionality to our project. We're going to change the testimonials each, for example, 10 seconds automatically, and we see the next testimonial as a slider. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So here, we use Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section. And here on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.js. And we press Enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. First, we close this section, the Explorer section. We don't need it yet. We don't need it anymore. So we close it by dragging this line to the left. We go back to the index.html, and at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. We just write SC, and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. SRC attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, I mean the index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. So we go to index.js, and first we need to create an array including all the testimonials. So we call the array, we just make a constant and we call it testimonials. And we open a array here, and inside array, we create an object. The first one would be the name of the person. So first we need to copy the first one because we have already the information of the first testimonial. So we copy this name. We come here to the index.js and we paste it here. We should put it inside a set of double quote or single quote. We add a comma and we go next. We add the photo URL here. Just say photo URL, which is this one here. We copy this, including the double quote, and we just put it here. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the code. We close this a little bit. And we use comma again. We go to the next line. The next one is the text or the testimonial text. So here we copy the text from here to here, and we put it inside a double quote. You just need to bring the text to this and fix it. All right, looks fine. Next, you can go to the next testimonial. We can copy this and we put it here again, but we can change the name and other things. So we go back to the testimonial generator website and we generate more testimonials. We click on generate. Now we have another one. We just copy this. We go back to the Visual Studio Code in index.js. In the second one, we paste it inside the text. And for the picture, we just search for more users. We choose the orientation to be a square. So we get a square pictures. So we can choose this one. We right click and copy image address. We go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here we replace the photo URL of the previous one. Yeah. And the name also, it was here, we forgot to copy, so we copy the name. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste the name for the second one. So let's do another one. So we copy this again, we paste it just under it. We go to the testimonial generator website, we generate another testimonial. Let's get another big one like this. So we copy this. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. We copy the name as well and we paste it here. And we get another picture. Maybe this one. So we right click and click on copy image address. And we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. I think 3 is enough to see the slider, but you can add any number of testimonials you like. It's up to you. So we already made the array with the 3 objects. So now we create a function to update the testimonials. So we say function update testimonial. So we can get the name. First we define index. We just say idx index is 0, and we destruct the name photo URL and text. We get it inside a set of curly braces. So we just say name photo URL, and also we get the text. So we equal this to testimonials. The testimonials with the S. Oh, we should add S here because it's more than one. All right. So we have testimonials, and we want the one with the index IDX, which is 0 now. And we want to change the photo the text and the name using JavaScript. So we get the three of them, the three elements, I mean the paragraph, the image tag, and also the h4 tag. So here we can return an element using query selector method. So first element is the image. So it's a image element is equal to document.querySelector. The element we want to get is image, so we write here img. The next one is the text. So just say text element is equal to document.querySelector. The text is a paragraph, but it has a class of text. So we just need to write dot text instead of just writing paragraph, because it's more specific and it's easier to read later. Next, we have the name. So we call it username element. Just say document.querySelector. So the username has the class of username. So we just write here dot username. All right. So in order to change the text or the image, we can use the properties. Like for the changing the image, we just change the src to be this photo URL. For the text element, we just change the inner text to be text element. Then we have username element dot inner text, which is this one, text. Oh, sorry, this one is text. The username element is name. Yeah. So when we call this function at the top, so we don't see any change because here we have the same information of the first element of the array. But we can increase the number of the IDX, and we just say we use the set timeouts method to call a function when the timer is expired. The set timeout method firstly sets a timer and calls a function. So we just say this is the function that will be triggered when the timer finishes, and the second parameter is the timer in milliseconds. So we just say every, for example, 2000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds. And the things we want to call is this function. So now you can see here, every 2 seconds, we get a new testimonials. But if you refresh, it comes from the beginning. But when it goes to the end, it stops. But we want this to be reset. So we can add a condition here. We just say if IDX is equal to testimonials.length, which is 3. If the IDX is equal to this one, you just set the IDX to 0 again. So you can see an infinite number of changing inside the testimonial slider. Mostly this is too fast. Mostly they do it 10 seconds. That makes more sense. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. And see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a mini calendar. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a page of calendar that's showing the current date of our computer. Here, if you open the calendar of my computer, you can see that it's December 2021, Thursday, and the day is 2nd. We're going to use JavaScript to dynamically get the information of the computer and change this page according to that information. So we're always getting the current date in our page. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. And here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. And here we decide which place we want to create the folder. I would like to create it inside my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Mini Calendar, which is the name of our project. We press Enter, and here we click on the Select Folder button to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the New File to create our HTML file. We name the file index.html and we press Enter. Now on the right side, we have our HTML file, which is completely empty, but easily we can create an HTML5 boilerplate using an exclamation mark. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. Now we have our HTML5 boilerplate, which has doc type, which tells the browser which version of HTML the page is written in. Then we have the HTML tag, which includes the head and the body tag. And the lang attribute inside the HTML tag sets the language of the page, and in our case, we set the language to be English. Then we have the head tag, which has the metadata tags and also the title tag. The charset attribute inside the first metadata tag defines the HTML character encoding, and we set it to be UTF-8, which is recommended by HTML5 because it nearly contains all the characters and symbols. Then we have the compatibility meta tag, which tells the Internet Explorer browser to use the most recent rendering engine, which is Edge. The viewport meta tag tells the browser on how to resize the page, and the first section of this meta tag sets the page's width to the device's screen's width. For example, the mobile screen width will be smaller than a computer screen width. And then we have the initial zoom level of the page, which is 100% in our case. Then we have the title tag, which sets the title of the page. We can open the browser inside the Visual Studio Code by using the live preview extension. We just need to right click and we click on the live preview, show preview. We can close the Explorer section now by dragging this line to the left to have more space on the right side. And here actually we can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. On the right side now we have our browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to our page's name, our project's name, which is mini calendar. And in the body section, we add a container to cover all the calendar, and we call it calendar container. We press enter to accept the auto suggestion. So now we have a div with a class of calendar container. Then we have 4 paragraphs. The first one is for the month's name. Then we have the day name and day number and the year. So the first one is the month's name. So we just add a paragraph with a class of month's name and also with the ID of month's name. And inside this paragraph, we just write April, for example. So we can use CSS to style it before getting these months dynamically using JavaScript. So this is just a hard-coded name, April. The time now I'm recording this video is December 2021, and it's the 1st of December. So we just add another paragraph with a class of day name, for example, the Wednesday or Friday or whatever, with the ID of day name. And inside is, for example, Friday. And then we have another paragraph saying day number, for example, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. So we just say day number for the class and for the ID, the day name as well. And inside we just say, for example, 20. And the last thing is the year. So we just have a class of year and the ID of year. And inside we just say 2020. It's actually 2021 now, but just having a template to be able to style it in the next section. Yeah, that was it for the HTML part of our project. We just hard-coded some data, fake data. So in the next section, we're going to use CSS to style this calendar. And in the following section, we are going to use JavaScript to dynamically create this data based on the real calendar. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. And here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML file. We go back to the index.html and just under the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, and the href, which means the URL of the file, is style.css because both files, the index.html and the style.css, are located at the same directory. Now we can use CSS in our project. We save this file using Ctrl-S. We close the Explorer section to have more space on the right side. And we go to style.css and we start with the body section. We write down body and we open a set of curly braces. We just write, first we remove the margin, the default margin around the body section, the space around the body section using margin 0. Then we have to bring them to the center. First, we bring them to the center horizontally using display flex. Then justify content center. Then we can bring them to the center vertically using, we should set the height to be 100% of the viewport height, which means 100% of the screen size horizontally. And then we set the align item center to bring them to the center vertically. Let's change the font of our project using font family, and we set it to be cursive. All right. Next things we need to do is to change the background color of our body. We just change the background color to slate blue. And yeah, that's it for the body section. Let's style the container, the calendar container. We copy this and we paste it here by dot at the beginning because it's a class. We change the background color to be white. We can see it now. And we change the width to be 300 pixels. We bring all the inline items to the center using text align center. And we add a border radius to round the border. So we just write border radius. We set it to be 10 pixels. And we can add some box shadow. The first value in the box shadow is the position of the horizontal shadow. We set it to be 0. The next one is the position of the vertical shadow. We set it to be 4 pixels. We can see it here. Then we have the blur radius. We set it to be 8 pixels. And finally, we have the color. And we can use RGBA function to set the color. So for the red, green, and blue, we set 0 for black colors, and we set alpha to be 0.3, which means 30% transparency or opacity. All right, that was it for the calendar container. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. Then after that, we we style this month's name, which is this April. We copy this, we paste it here with a dot, and first we remove the margin, then we add some background color to be, for example, orange, red. Then, as you can see, the border radius is gone from the previous container because this one is overlapping its parents, but we can use overflow hidden here to remove the extra overlapping of the children. Now we can see the border to be rounded. Let's change the color to be white, the text color. Then we add some padding around the text of the element. We set it to be 10 pixels. And we want to make it a little bit bigger. So we change the font size to be 30 pixels. And we want it to be bold. So we change the font weight to be bold. All right. That looks fine. Let's move on to this section, the Friday, or they call it day name. So we copy this, we go back to the installer CSS, we paste it here. We change the font size and make the size of the font bigger, and we set it to be 20 pixels. We change the font weight to 300, or even we don't need it because it's already 300 as a default. So I think it's fine. We just change the color to be a little bit lighter. So we change the color to dark gray. It looks better. After that, we go to this number, the day number. We copy this. And here we target it using dot. Day number is we just change the font size first to be 80 pixels. And as you can see, it has a lot of margin. So we change the margin to be 0. And the color is already black. We don't need to change it. And also we set this one to be bold as well. We just set font weight to be bold. That was it for the day number. And then we go to the next one, which is year. So we target it here. The year, we add a margin to the top and bottom, 20 pixels and 0 for left and right. We change the font size to be 20 pixels. And also we change the color to be dark gray. And also font weight to be 500. That looks fine. Now we can check this in the browser as well by using this hamburger icon and clicking on the open in browser. And this is just like a static website. It always shows April, Friday 2020. But in the next section, we are going to use JavaScript to dynamically get this information from the real date of our computer. So, and then every day it's going to change and shows a new value. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this project, we're going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. And here we open the Explorer section first using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. We bring the file here on the left side so we can see the browser on the right side. And before adding functionality to our project using JavaScript, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML file. So we go back to the index.html and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, I mean the index.html and the index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to have index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. First, we save this file using Ctrl-S. We close the Explorer section to have more space on the right side. And inside JavaScript, we bring these items, the month's name, the day name, the day number, and also the year. So we have these elements here. They have the ID as well. For example, if we want to bring this part, we just need to bring this element, and we can bring this element because it has the ID attribute. We can use the getElementById method. So here we create a constant and we set it, just say month's name. And we equal it to document.getElementById, and the ID is month's name. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the code. We close this one a little bit. And the next things we want to bring is this day name. So we just say const day name document.getElementById, and we just say day name. Next is the day number, and the ID is here, day number. We create a constant, we call it day number or day num. We just say document.getElementById, and we set it to be day number. The next one is the year. So we just say const year. We can add element at the end, so it would be more visible. and readable. All right. So we just say document dot get element by ID, and the ID is year. All right. We already brought all the elements we need to manipulate inside the JavaScript. And then we need to get the data from the system using a date function. We just need to create a constant. We call it date. And we can get the date data of the computer using new date. Now, if we console log this date and we open the dev tools here, open dev tools pane from this hamburger menu, and we go to the console section, we see that we got the information of my computer. I'm in Australia, so the time is Australian Eastern Standard Time, and it's Tuesday, December 2nd, 2021. But we want this, we get this specific information from these data, and we replace these items by these data. So, for example, if you want to get the date, the day number, we can use data dot get dates. And we need to open a parenthesis because it's a function, and we are getting 2 because it's the 2nd of December. And for getting months, we can replace this date to months. We are getting 11 because it's December. Shouldn't be 11 actually. I think, yeah, it's a start from 0s, and 11 is like the last month is 11. So January would be 0. All right, and then we can get the year, for example, using get full year method. Now we are getting 2021. All right, let's save this information inside some constant separately. And first we just say const, or we can easily replace these things. So for month's name, this one, we can just copy this, and we change the inner text of this. And for example, if we say whatever we write down here, we see in there, but we want this to be dynamic, so we just need to get first the months. We just say const months is equal to date dot get months, which is 11. We already saw. And then we just say date dot to local string, because we want to get the months like a string. And then the language we want is English, or any language you want to have. And after that, we want this months to be long. As soon as we change this one, we see that December, which is the current months here when I'm recording this video. The next things we want to change is this like a weekday name or day name. So here we have day name element. We change this inside it using inner text, and we just get the date dot to local string, and the language would be English. And after that, we set the weekday to be long. We are getting Thursday now, which is the correct day name. Next thing is this number, day number. The correct one is 2, so we can this is the like a day number element. We change it here dot inner text, and this is very simple. We just need to have date dot get date. We are getting second. The last thing is the year. That is simple too. So we just say the year element from here dot inner text equal to date dot get full year. And we open a set of parentheses because it's a function. Now we are getting 2021, which is the current year, and this is the correct date that I'm recording this video. And if we come back tomorrow, we get third and so on. And this is always be dynamic. And we can use kind of this calendar for our website, or we can create some beautiful different calendars projects later by getting the idea of this project. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a navbar. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a logo here, an SVG logo that we're going to get. We're going to learn how to get from the internet, and also we have home, about, and contact menu. If we decrease the size of the browser, we can see that this navbar is responsive. We're getting a hamburger bar instead of the menu, but if we click on the hamburger menu, we see the home, about, and contact. Also, we have a very beautiful hovering effect when we hover over each element. And when we increase the size of the browser, we see that the navbar is looking like as before. We're going to use JavaScript to change the classes of the tags in the HTML, and we're going to have different types of CSS styling with different classes, and we're going to remove and add it using JavaScript. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, before I start creating our project, I want to show you how to make a SVG logo. SVG logos are SEO friendly and helps your website to be ranked better by search engines. Let's search SVG logo maker. And we click on svglogomaker.com. Here we write down the name of our website. For example, for me, Sahand Qavidel. Here we change the color. The color I would like to choose is E9 4949. Here we change the height to be 50 pixels. Here you can see the preview of our logo. Let's remove this frame. Here we choose no. We increase the font size a little bit. For example, I choose 35. And here we can download our logo. We save the file. We are going to use the logo in the next section while we are starting our project. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have created our logo. In this section, we are going to start creating our project. Let's open VS Code. We close this tab and the Welcome tab. We click on View and Explorer. Here we click on Open Folder. We choose Desktop, create a new folder, and we name the folder Navbar Project. We select the folder. We close the Welcome tab again. And here in the left, we create our HTML file. We right-click, click on New File, and we name the file index.html. We use an exclamation mark to start our boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto-suggestion. Here we change our website's title. I just write my name, Sahand Qavidel. And here just below the body tag, we add a nav tag. We create a div here with the class of nav main. And inside this div, we create another div with the class of nav header. In this div, we add our logo. So we create an image tag. We go back to the browser, and here we drag the logo file inside the VS Code, and we bring it here. We rename the file and call it logo. We go back to index.html, and in the source, we add the logo file directory. We just write ./logo.svg. And the alt would be logo as well. We save the file using Ctrl+S. We go to the desktop. We open the folder that we have created, Navbar project, and we click on index.html. As you can see, our website has been opened, and you can see the logo here. Let's go back to the VS Code, and here we add our menu. Just below this div, and we add an unordered list here. We create a UL tag with the class of menu. So we write ul.menu, we press enter, and inside this UL tag, we add our list. So we open a list tag here. We create an anchor tag. So we write A, and we click on the first auto suggestion. The href would be hash key because we don't want now to add any links. Later you can add any links you want. And the text of the link would be home. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have our first link. Let's go back to the VS Code to complete our menu. We copy this 2 times using Alt-Shift down arrow. We change this home to About and this one to Contact. Let's save the file and check the browser. We refresh the page. Now we have all the links. In the next section, we are going to learn how to use Font Awesome and create a bar here. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have added our logo and the menu. In this section, we are going to learn how to use Font Awesome and have our bars. Let's search Font Awesome here. We click here on the icons. We scroll down a little bit, and here we can search for any icons we want. The icons we are looking for is bars. We search bars. We click on the first icon. We scroll down a little bit. We just need to copy this code. Font Awesome's code is just an I tag with some classes. Let's copy the code. We go back to the VS Code. Just below the image tag, we paste the code. But in order to have these classes, we need to add the Font Awesome CDN to our code. Let's go back to the browser and let's search CDN.js. We scroll down a little bit and we click on cdnjs.com. Here we can search for any CDNs we like. For example, here we write Font Awesome. We click on the first one. We scroll down a little bit and we click here to copy the link. We go back to the VS Code. Just below the title, we paste the link. We save the file. We check the browser. We go back to our website and we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have the bar icon in our website. In the next section, we are going to start styling our website. We are going to create the styles.css file and style our navbar one by one. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have learned how to use Font Awesome in our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our website using CSS. Let's go back to the VS Code, and here in the left, we create our CSS file. We right-click, click on New File, and we name the file styles.css. First, we start styling our body. So we write body, we open a set of curly braces, we just add a margin 0 and padding 0 to remove the default margin and padding to our website. Let's save this. We go back to the index.html, and here just below the Font Awesome link, we link to our style.css. So we write link, we click on the third auto suggestion, we just add an S here and save the file. We check the browser. We refresh the page. As you can see, we have removed the margin from our website. Let's add more styling to our body. Let's go back to the VS Code. We go to styles.css. We change the font family to sans serif. We write font family, sans serif. We change the background color. We write background. And the color would be F1, F5, F8. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page, As you can see, now we have a different background color, and also the font of the menu has been changed. Let's change the line height from the menu and also change the font size. So we go back to the VS Code. We write line height 2.2 and font size 0.875 rem. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now we have a larger line height and also our font size has been decreased. Let's remove the dots from the menu to have a clear menu. Let's go back to the VS Code. In the index.html, we want to change the style of the UL tag. Let's go to the styles.css and just below here, we write UL, we open a set of curly braces, and we change the list style type to none. So we write list, we select the third auto suggestion, and we set this to none. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now we don't have any dots in our list menu. The next things I want to do is to remove the underline from the A tags. Let's go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we add A, we open a set of curly braces, and we change the text decoration to none. So we write text decoration, we select the second auto suggestion, and we set this to none. We save the file, we check the browser, refresh the page. Now there is no underline for our menu. In the next section, we are going to start styling our navbar. See you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have styled our menu by removing the dots and the underline. In this section, we are going to start styling our navbar. Let's go back to the VS Code. The first thing we want to style is this nav tag. Here, let's go to the style.css and just below the A tag, we write nav, we open a set of curly braces, we change the background color to white. Let's save the file and check the browser. We refresh the page. You can see that we have different colors in navbar and the rest of the website. Let's add more shadow here to make our navbar more visible. Let's go back to the VS Code. We add a box shadow here. We write 0, 5 pixels, 15 pixels with the RGBA of 0, 0, 0, and 0.1. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have a shadow just under the navbar. Let's style our bar, just make it a little bit bigger with different color. Let's go back to the VS Code. Just below the nav, we write .fa/bars. This is actually the class that we have here in the index.html in the font awesome tag. We have a class here with FA and FA bars. So we are going to tap this icon using this class. Let's go to the style.css. We open a set of curly braces here. We change the size of the bar using font size. We increase the size to 50% using 1.5 rem. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have a bigger bar. Let's change the color of the bar to be the same as the logo. Let's go to the VS Code and we write color to be E9 49 49. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now we have a red bar. The other things I want to have is to change the mouse to be pointer when the mouse is on the bar. So let's go back to the VS Code. We change the cursor to be pointer. We save the file, we check the browser, refresh the page. Also, I want the bar to be black when we hover over it. So let's go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we write FA bars and we tap to the hover. open a set of curly braces, and we change the color to be black. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now if we hover on the bar, the color would be black. In the next section, we're going to style this menu. And we're going to add some background color when we hover over each item. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have styled the bar. We have changed the size and the color of the bar. In this section, we're going to style the menu. Let's go back to the VS Code. The class that we are going to style is here. We are going to tap to menu and the anchor tag. Let's go back to the styles.css. Just below this, we write .menu, we add a space, and we write A for the anchor tag. We open a set of curly braces. We change the color to be gray. We save the file. We check the browser. We refresh the page. Now you can see that we have a beautiful color for our menu. Let's change the letter spacing. We go back to the VS Code. We write letter spacing. We change it to 0.1 rem. We save the file. We check the browser. Refresh the page. Now we have a space between each letter. Let's add more styles. We change the display to block. Padding 0.5 rem up and down and 1 rem left and right. We save the file, we check the browser, refresh the page. Now the menu is more readable. Also, we need a transition to our menu because when we click on the bar and we want to open the menu, the opening should be very smooth. So let's go back to the VS Code. We add a transition. We set it to be all 0.3 second and linear. We are going to see the transition effect when we add our JavaScript. Let's add the hover effect as well. Just below this, we write .menu, space A, we tap to the hover, we open a set of curly braces, and we change the background color to be F8A, 5A, and 5. We also change the color to be E9, 49, 49. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As we hover over the menu, we can see that the background color has been changed. Also, I want to add a padding left to make the hovering more visible. So let's go back to the VS Code. We add a padding left, 1.5 rem. We save the file. We check the browser, refresh the page. As you can see, when we hover over the menu, we have an extra padding as well. Let's add some styling to nav header. If we check the VS Code, we go to index.html. We want to style this class, which covers all this div, including image and the bar. So let's go to the styles.css. We just write .nav header. We open a set of curly braces. We change the display to be flex. We change the align items to be center. We justify the content to be a space between. And we add a padding 1 rem in all sides. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have the bars at the right side. The things we have to do is to bring this menu to here when the size of the screen is large. We can do this using media query. So let's go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we add a media query. We click on the first auto suggestion. We delete the screen, we open a set of parentheses, and we write mean width to be 800 pixels. This means when the screen is bigger than 800 pixels, all the styles inside here would be considered. So we write here nav main. We open a set of curly braces. We set the max width to be 1170 pixels, margin 0 up and down, and auto left and right. We change the display to flex. We set the align item center. We justify the content to be a space between. And we add a padding 1 rem. We add a style for nav header. We write .nav header. We open a set of curly braces. We change the padding to be 0 in all sides. We remove the bar using display none. So we write .fa bars. We open a set of curly braces and we write display none. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As we can see, now we don't have any bars when the screen is big. We decrease the size of the screen. As we decrease the size, the bars will be appeared. Let's add some styling to the menu when the screen is big. Let's go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we write .menu. We open a set of curly braces. We write height auto and display flex. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, the items of the menu are at the same row when the screen is bigger than 800 pixels. Let's test this. As you can see, when we increase the size, we see the changes in the menu. The next things I want to do is to remove the padding and the background color when the screen is big. Let's go back to the VS Code. First, we tap to the A tag. We write .menu. We add a space. We write A. We open a set of curly braces. And we write padding 0 and also margin 0 up and down and 0.5 rem left and right. We also tap to the hover. We write .menu space A. We tap the hover. We open a set of curly braces. We write padding 0 and background to be transparent. We check the browser. We refresh the page. Now if we hover over the menu, we don't see any padding or background color. In order to bring this menu here, we just need to bring the menu tags, the unordered list, inside the div with the class of nav main. So let's go to the VS Code. In index.html, we bring this unordered list inside this div. So we cut this, and just below this div, we paste them. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now the menu is at the right side. If we decrease the size of the screen, for example here, the menu would be here. But we want to do this when the user clicks on this bar. So we need to add a class that hides the menu in the normal time and show it when someone clicks on this bar. So let's go to the VS Code. We go to styles.css. We tap to the dot menu. We open a set of curly braces. We change the height to be 0. We save the file. We check the browser. If you refresh the page, as you can see, the size of the navbar has been decreased. But we want to remove the menu as well. So we add an overflow hidden to the style as well. So let's go back to the VS Code. We add an overflow hidden. We save the file. We check the browser. We refresh the page. As you can see, now we don't have our menu if the size of the screen is small. If we increase the size, you can see that the menu is appeared here. We also need to add a transition to make the appearing and disappearing more smooth. Let's go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we add a transition, all 0.3 seconds, and linear. We also need to add another class which shows the menu when someone clicks on the bars. We add the class here. We name it show menu. We open a set of curly braces and we write height 10 rem. We save the file. We check the browser. We refresh the page. We decrease the size. As you can see, now we cannot see the menu. But if we add the class show menu, the menu will be appeared. We open the web developer tools using Ctrl+Shift+C. We maximize the browser. In the menu, which is here, we add a class. We write show menu. As you can see, now we can see the menu. But as we refresh the page, and we don't have the show menu class here in the menu section, we cannot see the menu. So in the next section, we are going to use JavaScript to add and remove this class, show menu, when someone clicks on this bar. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have completed a style in our menu. We added a class named show menu, which increased the height of the menu to 10 rem. In this section, we are going to use JavaScript to add and remove show menu class when someone clicks on the bar. So let's go to the VS Code. Here in the left, we create a JavaScript file. We right click, click on new file. We name the file index.js. We go to index.html. Just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We click on the second auto suggestion, and in the source, we write index.js. Now we can use the JavaScript in our project. Let's go to index.js. First, we need to detect if someone clicked on the bar or not. We create a const here. We call it bar equals document dot query selector. We open a set of parentheses and we tap to the FA bars class. We write FA/bars. We also need to add a const for our menu class. So we write const menu equals document dot query selector. We open a set of parentheses and we write dot menu. Now that we have all our query selectors, we just need to add an add event listener to our bars. We just write bar dot add event listener. We want to know if someone clicks on the bar. So we write click. And if someone clicks, we want to trigger a function. So make a function here. We open a set of parentheses. We write a fat arrow. We open a set of curly braces. And we say if someone clicks on the bar, just add the show menu class to this menu. So we write here menu dot class list dot toggle. We open a set of parentheses and we write show menu. This toggle means if there is a show menu class, just remove it. And if there is not, just add this class. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. If we click on the bar, we can see that we have a show menu class in the menu. If we click again, the class will be disappeared. And also we can see the menu here. We close this, we check it again. As you can see, if the size is small, we can see the menu, and if we click on the bar, we don't see it. Okay, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. In this project, we have learned how to make the logos first using this website, svglogomaker.com, and then we have learned how to make the navbar to be responsive like this. Please let me know your opinion about the project and wait for the updates of the project. I'm going to add more projects in this course. Thanks again and see you next time. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a sidebar menu. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a hamburger bar on the top right of our website. When we click it, the sidebar menu comes with a transition, and also here we have a menu that has some beautiful hovering effect. Also we have a logo. We're going to learn how to create SVG logos in this project, and also we have a cross icon which we are getting from Font Awesome, and when we click on this cross icon we can close the menu. In the next section we're going to start with the HTML part of the project, so see you in the next section. Alright, before I start creating our project, I want to show you how to make a SVG logo. SVG logos are SEO friendly and helps your website to be ranked better by search engines. Let's search SVG logo maker. And we click on svglogomaker.com. Here we write down the name of our website. For example, for me, Sahand Qavidel. Here we change the color. The color I would like to choose is E9 4949. Here we change the height to be 50 pixels. Here you can see the preview of our logo. Let's remove this frame. Here we choose no. We increase the font size a little bit. For example, I choose 35. And here we can download our logo. We save the file. We are going to use the logo in the next section while we are starting our project. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have created the logo of our website. In this section, we are going to start writing the HTML of our website. Let's open the VS Code. We close the Welcome tab. We click on View, Explorer, and here in the left, we click on Open Folder. We choose Desktop, and we create a new folder. We call the folder Sidebar Project. Now we click on Select Folder. We close the Welcome tab again. And here in the left, we create the index.html. So we right click, click on new file, and we name the file index.html. We can use an exclamation mark to create the boilerplate of our website. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. Here in the title tag, we can change the title of our website. For example, for me, I write my name, Sahan Qavidel. We save the file using Ctrl S. We go to the desktop. We click on the folder that we have created. And we double click on index.html. As you can see, our website is completely blank and we have changed the title here. Let's drag the logo that we have created. We just click on downloads and we drag the image to the VS Code. We put it here. We rename the file and we just call it logo. We go to index.html. Inside the body tag, we create a div with a class of sidebar. So we write div.sidebar. We press enter and we open the tag. We create another div with the class of sidebar header. We write div.sidebar header. We press enter and we open the tag. Here we add the logo of our website. So we add an image tag. And in the source, we write logo.svg. And in the alt, we just write logo. We save the file, we check the browser, and we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have added the logo to our website. Let's go back to the VS Code to add our menu. Here, just under this div, we add the unordered list tag with the class of menu. So we write UL for unordered list dot menu. We press enter. Inside this UL tag, we add a list tag. We write li. And inside this list tag, we add an anchor tag. We just write a and we click on the first auto suggestion. The href would be a hash because we don't want to redirect to any websites. But you can add any website you like later to your menu. And here we just write home. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, we have added the menu here. Let's add more link tag to our menu. We go back to the VS Code. We copy this 2 times using Ctrl-Shift down arrow. We change this home to about and this one to contact. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have completed the menu. In the next section, we are going to start styling our website using CSS. We are going to create a file named styles.css and we are going to link that file inside the index.html. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have added the logo and the menu to our website using HTML. In this section, we are going to style our website using CSS and we are going to create a file called styles.css and link it inside index.html. So let's go back to the VS Code and here in the left, we create our CSS file. We just right click on new file, and we call the file styles.css. We go back to index.html and just below the title, we add a link tag. We click on the third auto suggestion and we just add a S here to link our styles.css file here. We save the file, we go back to the styles.css and we start styling our website. First, we add some general styles. For example, we remove the default margin and padding. We just add a star here to cover all our website. We open a set of curly braces and here we write margin 0 and padding 0. We save the file. We go back to our browser. We refresh the page. As you can see, we have removed the default margin and padding from our website. Let's style the links. We go back to the VS Code. The next things we are going to target is here, this menu class. And we're going to style the anchor tags. So we go back to the styles.css. Just below this, we write .menu, we add a space, and we add the anchor tag here. We open a set of curly braces. We change the display to block. We increase the size of the font by font size 1.5 rem, which increased the size by 50%. We add a padding 1 rem up and down and 1.5 rem left and right. We change the color to gray and we add a transition all 0.3 seconds and linear. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have a bigger font size and also the color has been changed to gray. Let's remove the underlines. We go back to the VS Code and we write text decoration none. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now we have removed the underlines. Let's add some background color when we hover over the links. We go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we tap to the same class. We write .menu, space A. We tap to its hover. We open a set of curly braces and we change the background color. We just write background. The color would be F8, A5, A5. We also add a padding left, 1.7 rem. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As we hover over the link, now we can see that we have a background color and also the links are moving forward. Let's add some styling to the body and change the font family and the background color. Let's go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we write body. We open a set of curly braces. We change the font family to sans serif. And we change the background color to EB, EB, EB. We save the file. We check the browser. We refresh the page. As you can see, now the background color is different. The next things we are going to install is the sidebar itself. If we go back to the VS Code in the index.html, we are going to install this class, sidebar. So let's go to the styles.css and just below this, we write sidebar. We open a set of curly braces. We change the position to fix and we bring it to the top 0 and left 0. So we write here top 0, left 0. We change the background color to be white. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now we can clearly see our menu. Let's change the width and height to be 100% so we can see our sidebar in all the page. So we go back to the VS Code. Here we add the width to be 100%, height to be 100%. And we want this width to be lower when the screen is smaller. For example, in the mobile or tablet screen. So we add a media query here. So we write down media, we click on the second auto suggestion, and here instead of the screen, we open a set of parentheses and we write mean width 676 pixels. And just here we add the sidebar again. We open a set of curly braces and we change the width to be 500 pixels. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have our sidebar to the left, and if we increase the size of the screen, you can see that the sidebar has a width of 100%. Let's add some transition to make this movement more smooth. So let's go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we write transition, all 0.3 second and linear. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. If we increase the size of the website, we can see the transition. In the next section, we are going to use Font Awesome to add a closing button here and also a bar here for opening and closing the sidebar. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have installed the menu and the sidebar. In this section, we are going to learn how to use Font Awesome to add closing button and bars in our website. So first maximize this and we search Font Awesome. Here we click on the icons. As you can see, there are 675 icons in Font Awesome. If you scroll down a little bit, here you can search any icons you like. The first icon we need is for the closing button. So here we search times and we click here. We scroll down a little bit and here we need to copy this code. The Font Awesome code is only an I tag with some classes. For example, for the times, the class is FA times. We copy this, we go back to the VS Code, we go to index.html, and we paste it just below the logo. For using Font Awesome, we need to import its CDN. The easiest way to find the CDN of the Font Awesome is to get it from the website called CDN.js. So let's go back to the browser, and here we search CDN.js. We click on the first website, cdnjs.com. In this website, you can find any CDNs you want. For example, here we search Font Awesome, and we click on the first link. We scroll down a little bit, and we click here to copy the link. We go to the VS Code, and at the top, just below the title, we paste the link. We save the file, we go to the browser, we go back to our website, and we refresh the page. You can see the times icon here. Let's bring the bars icon here as well. We go back to the Font Awesome, we go back one time, and here we search bars. We click on this one, we scroll down a little bit, and we copy this code. As you can see, the class is FA bars. We go back to the VS Code, and we paste the code just above this div. We save the file, we check the browser, we go to our website, we refresh the page. We cannot see the bars because it's behind this sidebar. In the next section, we're going to style this icon and the bars icon. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have learned how to use Font Awesome to add icons in our website. In this section, we are going to style the icons that we have added using CSS. Let's first style the bars, which is now behind the sidebar. We go back to the VS Code. we go to styles.css. Just below this, we write .fa bars, which is the class here. We open a set of curly braces. First, we fix the position by writing position fixed. And we bring the bars to the top right. So we write top, just 2 rem, and right 3 rem. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now we can see the bars here. Let's change the size and the color of the bar. We go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we write color, and the color would be E94949. We change the size using font size 1.5 rem, which means 50% more. And we change the cursor to be pointer, which means when we hover over the bars, the cursor would be in a pointer form. So we save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now the bar is red and bigger. And if we hover over it, the cursor would be pointer. The other things I would like to do is to change the bar colors when we hover over it. So let's go back to the VS Code, and just below this, we write FA bars, we tap to the hover, we open a set of curly braces, and we change the color to black. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now if we hover over the bars, the color would be black. Let's install the closing button as well. We go back to the VS Code, and just below this, we target the button by writing .fa times, which is the class here. We open a set of curly braces. We change the font size to be 50% more by writing 1.5 rem. We change the color as the same as this one. So we copy this, we paste it here, and we change the cursor to pointer as well. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have a bigger button with the red color. Let's change the color when we hover over it. We go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we write FA times, we tap to its hover, we open a set of curly braces, and we change the color to black. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As we hover over it, the color would be black. The other things I want to do is to bring this button to the end and add some padding as well. Let's go back to the VS Code. The class that we are going to target is this one. So we go to styles.css, and just below this, we write sidebar header, we open a set of curly braces, we change the display to flex, and we justify content to be a space between, which brings the bottom to the end of the sidebar. We also align items center. And at the end, we add a padding. The padding would be 1 rem, 1.5 rem to the left and right. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, we added the padding as well as bringing the button to the right side. I just want to bring this logo a little bit left to be aligned with the menu. So let's go back to the VS Code, and just below this, we target the logo, we open a set of curly braces, and we write margin left -15 pixels. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. We forgot to add the class to the logo. So we go to the index.html. In the image, we add a class logo. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now we correctly added the margin. In the next section, we're going to start using JavaScript for removing the sidebar by clicking on this icon, as well as bringing back using this bar. First, we are going to use transform in CSS to remove the sidebar, and then we are going to use JavaScript to add and remove this transform when the user clicks on the buttons. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have styled the closing button and the bars. In this section, we're going to start using JavaScript for closing and opening the sidebar. We are going to use the transform method in CSS for removing the sidebar. Let's go back to the VS Code. We go to styles.css. In the sidebar, here, we add a transform. We use the translate method. We put -100% here. We save the file. We check the browser. We refresh the page. As you can see, the sidebar has been disappeared from the website. If we change the -100% to 0, we save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page, we can see that the menu has been reappeared again. We are going to use JavaScript to add and remove the transform from the CSS and appear and disappear the sidebar. So let's go back to the VS Code. And here in the left, we create the JavaScript file. We right click, click on new file, and we call the file index.js. We go to index.html, and at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We click on the second auto suggestion, and in the source, we write index.js. We save the file. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. Let's go to the styles.css. We change this 0 to -100% to don't have the sidebar as a default. And we add another class here for showing the sidebar. So we add a class show sidebar. We open a set of curly braces, and we add a transform here with a translate of 0. If we save the file, we go to the browser, we refresh the page. Now we don't see the sidebar. But if you open the web developer tools using Ctrl+Shift+C, and here in this div, we add the show sidebar. As we press enter, we can see the sidebar in the left. And if we remove it, the sidebar will be disappeared again. Let's do this adding and removing classes using JavaScript. We go back to the VS Code, and in index.js, first we add a cons for bar. We tap to the document .query selector. We open a set of parentheses, and we target the FA bar, which is the class of this icon here. We go back to the index.js. If we console log bars, we save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page, and we go to console, we can see that we log the bars icon. Let's go back to the VS Code. We delete this console log. We add event listener to the bar. So we write bars dot add event listener. We open a set of parentheses, and here we write click, which means if someone click on the bars, we call back this function. So we make a function here. We open a set of parentheses, we write a fat arrow, and we open a set of curly braces, and here we logged I got clicked. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As we click on the bar, we can see the I got clicked in the console. Let's add and remove the class show sidebar when someone clicks on the bars. First, we need to create a constant here. We write const, we target sidebar, we equal it to document dot query selector. We open a set of parentheses and we tap to the sidebar class. And here, instead of console logging, we tap to the sidebar. We choose its classes by class list, and we toggle show sidebar class. The toggle means if there is a show bar class there, just remove it, and if there is not, just add the class. Let's test this on the browser. We save the file, we go to the browser, we refresh the page, we click on the bar. As you can see, as soon as we click on the bar, the sidebar is appeared. If we go to the inspectors, we can see the show sidebar class here next to the sidebar. If we open the page a little bit, we can see the bars again, and we click on it. As we click, the sidebar will be removed, and we don't have the show sidebar class here. We test it again. The other things I would like to do is to remove the sidebar when we click on this icon. So we go back to the VS Code. We add a const here for the closing button. We write const closing button equal document dot query selector, and we open a set of parentheses, and inside a double quote we write dot fa times. fa times is the class we used here. We go back to the index.js. We add the event listener to the closing button, so we write closing button dot add event listener. We open a set of parentheses and we write click to track the clicks on the button, and we set a callback function. We open a set of parentheses, we write a fat arrow, and we open a set of curly braces, and we write sidebar dot class list as we did here. Instead of using toggle, we use remove because we only want to remove the class. We open a set of parentheses, and inside a double quote, we write show sidebar. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page, we click on the bars to bring the sidebar, and we click here to remove it. As you can see, the show bar class has been removed and we don't see the sidebar anymore. And clicking on the bar is still working as well. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned new things. Please let me know your opinion about the project and wait for the updates. I'm going to add more projects to this course. Thanks again and see you next time. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to learn how to add background video for our websites. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a title here, which is my name, and then we have a button which can pause and play the background video. We're going to get these pause and play icons from Font Awesome website. And also we're going to learn how to get these free background videos from the internet. Also, if you refresh the page, you can see a preloader before the website. So we're going to learn how to get these free preloaders and also how to use JavaScript to first see the preloader, and when the a video and the website is loaded completely, we don't see the preloader anymore. So in the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start creating our project. We open VS Code, we close the Welcome tab. In the View menu, we click on Explorer and we open a folder. We go to the desktop and we create a new folder. We call the folder Background Video Project. We select the folder. We close the Welcome tab again. And here in the left, we create the index.html. So we right click, select New File, and we call the file index.html. In order to have the boilerplate, we write an exclamation mark and we choose the first auto suggestion. And here we just change the title to our name. For example, Sahan Qavidel for my name. Inside the body tag, we make a header tag. And inside the header, we add a h1 tag and we write our name. We save the file using Ctrl S. We go to desktop and in the folder that we have created, we click on the index.html. As you can see, we got our name here. Let's go back to the VS Code. Just above the h1 tag, we add the video tag. In order to have a background video, I'm going to use a website called Pexels to download the free videos. So let's go to the browser and search Pexels. We search for pexels.com and we click on the videos. We search for the video. For example, we search time lapse. We choose a video. For example, I choose this one and click on here. We click on free downloads. We save the file and we drag the video inside VS Code and put it here. Let's rename the file and call it background video. Let's go to index.html and inside the video tag, we add src and we write down the name of the video, which is backgroundvideo.mp4. We save the file, we check the browser, we close this website, we refresh our page. As you can see, now the video is here. Let's go back to the VS Code. We add more attributes. For example, autoplay and loop. We save the file. We check the browser again. We refresh the page. As you can see, the video is playing and it's in the loop now. Let's go back to the VS Code and add some styling. So we create a file here. We call it styles.css. We add some styling to the body. For example, margin 0. Padding 0. And font family sans serif. We save the file, we go to index.html, and just below the title, we add a link tag, and we add a styles.css here. We save the file, we check the browser. As you can see, before refreshing the page, we have a margin here, and after the refreshing, we don't have margin or padding. Let's add some styling to the video. Let's go back to the VS Code. We add a class here. We call it background video. We save the file, we go to styles.css, and just below the body, we add the background video class. We open a set of curly braces, and we set the position to absolute. And then we change the top to 0 and left to 0 as well. We change the width to be 100%. Height 100%. We save the file, we check the browser, refresh the page. As you can see, the video is much smaller now. We just need to make the video cover left and right as well. So we go back to the VS Code, we write object fit to be cover, we save the file and check the browser again. As you can see, the video is covered all the browser. But the problem is the h1 tag is behind the video. So we have to change the z index of the video. Let's go back to the VS Code. We add a z index here and make it -1. The default z index is 0. So by changing the z index to -1, the video should be behind the h1 tag, which has the z index 0. We save the file, we check the browser. Now the h1 tag is on the video. Let's make the video a little bit dimmer. Let's go back to the VS Code. We add a filter and we change the brightness to be 30%. We check the browser again. As you can see, the video is dimmer now. But the problem is we cannot read the h1 tag. So let's go back to the VS Code. We add some styling to h1 tag. So just below the body, we add h1. We add color white. We check the browser. As you can see, now we have a white h1 tag. I want to show you a trick to how to change the font easily. We open the web developer tool using Ctrl-Shift-C. We click on the inspector and click on the tag. Here we click on fonts. We change the font the way we like here. For example, we change the spacing here and we change the size here. We click on changes and we copy everything from here. We go back to the VS Code and paste it inside the H1. We save the file, we check the browser. As we refresh the browser, as you can see, the font has been modified. Let's bring the tag in the middle of the page. Let's go back to the VS Code. We add the header tag here. We write min height 100 VH, display grid, and place item center. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now the H1 tag is in the middle of the page. We close the web developer tools. Now we need to add a button here to pause and play the background video. So let's go back to the VS Code. We go to index.html and we add a button tag here. In order to have a styled button, we can use Bootstrap in our code. Let's search Bootstrap in the browser. We click on getbootstrap.com. Here we click on Get Started and we copy this code, which is the CDN link of Bootstrap. Let's copy this. Let's go back to the VS Code and paste it above the style.css. Now we can use the Bootstrap in our code. Let's add a class here. And we write btn, which is a button class from Bootstrap, and btn secondary to have a gray button. Let's save the file and check the browser. We refresh the page. As you can see, we have a button here. We just need to add an icon showing the play button. Let's search Font Awesome. We click on Icons. And here we search Play. In order to have this icon, we just click on it and we copy this code and paste it inside the button. As you can see, it's just the I tag with the class FA and FA Play. In order to have these classes, we need to import the CDN of the font Awesome. So we go back to the browser and we search for cdn.js. We click on the first website and we search for Font Awesome. We click on the first link and we click here to copy the link. We go back to the VS Code and just below the Bootstrap link, we paste that link. We save the file and we check the browser. We refresh the page. As you can see, now we have the play icon. If we want to change this icon to be a pause icon, We just need to change the class. Let's test it in the VS Code. Change the play to pause. We save the file. And we go back to the browser. We refresh the page. Now we have the pause icon. Now it's time to add JavaScript to make us have the ability to pause and play the video and change this class from pause to play and vice versa. Let's create a file here and we call it index.js. We go to index.html. Just below the header tag, we add a script. We click on the second auto suggestion and we write here index.js. We save the file. Let's go to index.js. And we add a const here. We call the const btn equals document dot query selector. We open a set of parentheses and inside a double quote we write dot btn. This is actually the class that we have in the button. If we check the index.html, in the bottom tag, we have a class btn. By using the query selector here, we can choose the class btn. Let's add another const for the video. We write document dot query selector and we tap to this class here, background video. We copy this. We go to index.js. We open a set of parentheses and inside a double quote, we add a dot and paste the background video class. Let's use the method add event listener for this btn. Just below here, we write btn dot add event listener. We open a set of parentheses. We just say if someone click on the button, trigger this function. We add a function here. If we go back to index.html, in the bottom tag, we have classes btn and btn secondary. We want to add a class named pause if someone click on the button. So in index.js, we write if the btn dot class list dot contains. We open a set of parentheses and we write pause. This means if the button has a class named pause, do this one. We open a set of curly braces and we write btn dot class list dot remove the pause class. So if the btn has a class of pause, just remove it and play the video. Video.play. Otherwise, if there is no pause class, we write btn dot class list dot add and we add the pause class. We also pause the video. We save the file, we check the browser. If you refresh the page and we press on the button, As you can see, the video in the background has been paused. If we click on it again, the video is going to play. The only things we need to do is to change the icon from pause to play icon. Let's go back to the VS Code. We add another const here. We call it font awesome equals document dot query selector, and we choose this class here, FA. So we write here dot FA, and just below this we write FA dot class list dot add FA pass. We also need to remove FA play. So we copy this, we change this add to remove, and we change this pass to play. We just need to do the reverse in the else section. So we copy this, we paste it here, and we change this add to remove, and this one to add. We save the file, we check the browser. If we refresh the page, now if we click on the button, we see that we have the play icon. If we click again, we have the pause icon. The other things I would like to do is to add a preloader in our website. Let's go back to the VS Code. In index.html, just above the header tag, we add a div here with the class of preloader. Inside the div, we add an image. We just need to download a preloader image. We go to the browser and we search icons 8 preloader. We click on icons8.com/preloaders. Here you can find many free preloaders. For example, this one, or this flower. The one I would like to use is this fidget spinner. We click on this. We change the background to be transparent. We change the speed and also the size. I change it to be 100 pixels. We click on generate and download the picture. We save the file and we drag it to VS Code. We rename it and we call it preloader. We go back to the index.html. Inside this div, we add the image tag. In the source attribute, we add preloader.gif. And the alt would be preloader. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, the preloader is on the top of all the websites. Let's add some styling to the preloader. Let's go back to the VS Code. In styles.css, just below the header, we write .preloader. We open a set of curly braces and we write our styles. First, we set the position to be fixed. And we set the top, left, right, and the bottom to be 0. So we write top 0, left 0, right 0, and finally bottom 0. We change the background to be white, display to be grid, justify content, center, and also align items, center. We change the z index to be 1. So first we want the spinner to be in front of the website, and after the website is loaded completely, we want to change the z index to be -2, which brings the spinner behind the website. Also, we need to add a transition, for example 0.3 second and linear. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, as a default, the preloader is showing, and we just need to add a JavaScript code to bring this preloader behind the website after the website is loaded completely. So let's go back to the VS Code. We go to index.js, and just below this const, we add another const. We call it preloader equals document dot query selector, and we select the preloader class. So we write dot preloader. Now just at the bottom, we write window dot add event listener. We set it to be load. It means when the window is completely loaded, then trigger this function. We write a function. We write preloader dot style dot z index equals -2. We save the file. We check the browser again. We refresh the page. As you can see, if we refresh the page, before the website is loaded, we see a spinner. In order to see it better, we go to the web developer tools using Ctrl+Shift+C. We go to the network and we change this to GPRS. We refresh the page. Now you can see the spinner better because we are decreasing the network speed. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned a new thing. Please let me know your opinion about the course and wait for the updates of the course. I'm going to add more projects later to the course. Thanks again and see you next time. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a Q&A section. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 3 questions with a plus sign for each tab. If you press on the plus sign, we can see the answer for the question. We're going to use Font Awesome to get the minus and plus sign from the CDN of the Font Awesome. The Q&A section can be useful for many websites for the SEO, and also we're going to learn how to add and remove classes using JavaScript. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of the project. Alright, let's start creating our project. We open the VS Code. We close the Welcome tab. We click on View, Explorer, and we press Open Folder. Here we choose Desktop and we create a new folder. We name the folder Q&A Project. We select the folder. We close the Welcome tab again. And here in the left, we create the index.html. We right-click, click on New File, and we name the file index.html. We can use the exclamation mark to create our boiler template. So we write an exclamation mark and we press on the first auto suggestion. Here we change the title of our website. We click here and we write Q&A project. If we save the file using Ctrl S, we go to the desktop and we click on the folder that we have created and we double click on index.html. As you can see, now we have the Q&A project in our title. Let's go back to the VS Code. In the body, we add a section tag with the class of questions. So we write section.questions. We press enter and we open the tag. Here we create a div with the class of section center. So we write div.sectionCenter and we press enter. We open the tag. Here we create an article tag with the class of question. So we write article.question. We press enter and we open the tag. Here we create the title of our questions. So we create a div with the class of question title. So we write div.question title. We press enter, we open the tag. We add a paragraph here. And we write down our question. For example, is your product safe? We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now we have injected the paragraph to the website. Let's go back to the VS Code to add the button. Just below the paragraph, we add a button with the class of question button. So we write button.question btn and we press enter. Inside the button tag, we add a span with the class of plus icon. So we write span.plus icon. We press enter. We copy this. We just change this plus to minus. And we add a plus and minus here. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have added a button to our website. Let's add the answer section as well. So we go back to the VS Code. Just below this div, we add a div with the class of question text. So we write div.question text. We press enter, we open the tag, we create a paragraph, and we write some lorem ipsum. We just write lorem, we press enter, we save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, we added a paragraph with some lorem text. In the next section, we are going to learn how to use Font Awesome to add some beautiful plus and minus icon for our website. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have started creating our project using HTML. In this section, we are going to learn how to use Font Awesome in our project. So let's search Font Awesome. Here we click on the icons. As you can see, there are 675 icons in Font Awesome. If you scroll down a little bit, here you can search for the icons. We search for plus, and here we click on plus circle. We scroll down a little bit. Here we have to copy this code. As you can see, the Font Awesome code is just an I tag with some classes. For example, for the plus icon, the classes are FA, FA plus, circle. We copy this code, we go to the VS Code, and in the button here, in the spam, instead of having the plus here, we paste the code. We save the file, we check the browser, we go to our website, we refresh the page. As you can see, we don't have even the plus icon anymore. The reason that we cannot see the Font Awesome icon is because we didn't import the Font Awesome CDN yet. Let's search CDN.js. Here after the advertise, we click on cdnjs.com. In this website, you can find any CDNs you want. For example, here we search Font Awesome. We click here. We scroll down a little bit and we click here to copy the link. We go to the VS Code. In the top, just below the title, we paste the link. We save the file, we check the browser, we go to our website, and we refresh the page. Now we can see the plus icon here. Let's do the same things for the minus icon. We go to the Font Awesome, we go back, we search for minus, and we click on minus circle. We scroll down a little bit and we copy this code. We go back to the VS Code, and in the button section, instead of having the minus, we paste the code. We save the file, we check the browser, we go to our website and we refresh the page. Now we can see the minus icon. In the next section, we're going to start styling our website. And we're going to create a styles.css and start applying the styles to our website. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have learned how to use Font Awesome to add plus and minus icons to our website. In this section, we're going to start styling our website. Let's go to the VS Code. And here in the left, we right-click, click on New File, and we name the file as styles.css. We go back to index.html, and in the top, just below the title, we add a link tag. We click on the third auto-suggestion, and we just change this style to styles. We save the file, and we go to styles.css to start styling our project. First, we style the body. So we write body. We open a set of curly braces. We write margin 0, padding 0, to remove the default margin and padding from our website. If we save the file and we check the browser, if we refresh the page, as you can see, there is no default margin anymore. Let's go back to the VS Code to continue styling the body. Here we write down font family, sans serif, to change the font family of all the website to sans serif. Also, we change the background color to be EB. This is just a light gray color. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, the background color as well as the font family has been changed. Let's go back to the VS Code. Just below here, we style the paragraphs. We write P, open a set of curly braces. We add a margin button, 1.25 rem, and color gray. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. You can easily see that the color of the text has been changed. The next class we are going to style is section center. If we go to index.html, the class that we are going to style is this one, section center. Let's go to the style.css, and just below this, we tap to the class by adding dot here, and we write section center. We open a set of curly braces, and we write width 90 VW, which is the 90% of the screen. We add a margin here, 50 pixels up, auto left and right, and 0 pixels down. We change the max width 620 pixels. So we write max width 620 pixels. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Here you can see that the max width is 620 pixels, and if we decrease the size of the screen, for example here, you see that the width is always 90% of the screen. So in this way, we made our website responsive. So let's maximize the page. The next things that we are going to style is the question class. If we go to index.html, here, we're going to style the question class in the styles.css. So let's go to the styles.css, and just below this, we write .question. We open a set of curly braces. We change the background to white. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have the white background color here. Let's add some padding, margin, and box shadow to this as well. So let's go back to the styles.css. We add a border radius here, 0.5 rem. We make a box shadow, 0, 5 pixels, 15 pixels. We add a RGBA here. We open a set of parentheses. We write 0, 0, 0, and 0.1. We add a padding here as well. We write padding 1.5 rem, 1.5 rem, 0, and another 1.5 rem. We add a margin button here, 2 rem, and we save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have a box shadow, the border radius, also some padding and margin. Let's style the question title, this one, which is in index.html here. We go to styles.css. Just below this, we write .question. We open a set of curly braces. We write display flags to make the title and the bottom at the same row. We add a justify content, a space between. We make the align item center. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now the title and the bottoms are at the same row. And because of using justified content, the bottom is at the right side. Let's change the color of this and also make it a little bit thicker. Let's go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we can write question title and we add a P here for the paragraph. And we open a set of curly braces. We change the color to be yellow-green. And the font weight to be bolder. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have the thicker font with different color. Let's style the bottom, make it a little bit bigger, transparent, and also the color would be the same as this one. So we go to styles.css. Just below this, we write dot question btn, which is here, this one. We open a set of curly braces. We change the size by font size 1.5 rem, background to be transparent. Also the border color to be transparent as well. We change the cursor to be pointer. And the color be the same as here, I mean the yellow-green. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we don't have the border or the background color, and the color is the same as the title. Also, if we hover over the buttons, the cursor looks different. Let's style this paragraph by adding a border top and also some paddings. So let's go back to the styles.css. And just below this, we write dot question text, which is here in index.html. We open a set of curly braces. So we write padding 1 rem 0 1.5 rem and 0. We add a border top 1 pixels, solid, and gray. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we added a border top here, and some padding is added at the bottom of the paragraph. In the next section, we're going to start using JavaScript in our project. We're going to add some classes that hides the paragraph, and we're going to toggle this class using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have styled the title, the buttons, and the paragraph. In this section, we're going to start using JavaScript to toggle the class hiding the paragraph and also the minus icon. Let's first hide the paragraph and the minus icon using display none. So let's go to the styles.css. Just below this, we write display none. We save the file. We go to the browser and refresh the page. Now we cannot see the paragraph. Let's remove the minus icon as well. Let's go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we just tap to this class minus icon. We write dot minus icon. We open a set of curly braces and we write display none. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we don't have the minus icon. Let's add a new class in the styles.css, which enables us to display the paragraph and also the minus icon. So let's go back to the VS Code. So just below this, we write dot show text, dot question text. We open a set of curly braces and we change the display to block. We write display block. We save the file. This means if we add the show text, the display property of question text is going to change from none to block. We test this in our browser. We go to the browser, we refresh the page, we open the web developer tools using Ctrl+Shift+C. We open the section, the div, and the article. And here in the question text class, we add the show text class. So we write here show dash text. We add a space and we enter. As you can see, now we can see the paragraph here. And if we remove this, we're going to remove the paragraph. Let's do the same things for the plus and minus icon. We go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we write show text dot minus icon. We open a set of curly braces and we write display inline. Also, we add similar things to the plus icon. So we write dot show text dot plus icon. We open a set of curly braces and we set the display to none. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now if we add the show text here, we see the paragraph. And also if we add it here to the plus icon, we are going to remove the plus icon. And if we add it to the minus icon here, we are going to bring the minus icon here. Let's do this using JavaScript by adding an add event listener to this button. Let's go back to the VS Code, and here in the left, we right click, we create a new file, and we call this file index.js. We go to the index.html. Just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We click on the second auto suggestion, and in the source section, we write down index.js. Now we brought in the index.js to the index.html file. We save the file, we go back to the index.js. Before starting our index.js, let's add more questions to our website. We go to the index.html, we copy this article tag. We copy it 3 times using Alt-Shift down arrow. We save the file, we check our browser, we refresh the page. You can see now we have 4 questions in our website. Let's go back to the VS Code and we go to index.js. We add a const here. We call it questions. And we are going to use query selector all to tap to all the questions. So we write equal document dot query selector all. We open a set of parentheses and we tap to the question. This question is actually this class here, which covers each article. Now in our website, we have 4 articles. So if we console log these questions, it's going to give us 4 questions. So let's console log questions. We save this file. We go to our browser. We refresh the page. We go to the console. As you can see, we logged 4 articles here, and each of them has a class of question. The only thing we need to do is to loop through these questions. We're going to use for each method to loop through all these questions. Let's go back to the VS Code. We delete this console log, and here we write questions dot for each. We open a set of parentheses, and we create a function here. We open a set of parentheses again, we write a fat arrow, and we open a set of curly braces. Here we can get each article. So here we write question, and we log it here. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we are getting each article separately. Next things we need to do is to tap to each button. If you open this article, you can see that we have a child here. If you open the child, this one has another child. If you open this child, you can see here the question button class. If you scroll down a little bit, here you see the question button class. So let's go back to the VS Code. We delete this console log. We make a const here. We call it btn equal. Instead of searching in document, we're going to search in each question. So we write here question dot query selector. We open a set of parentheses, and we tap to the question btn class. So we write question dash btn. Now we console log btn. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we are getting all the buttons. The next things we need to do is to add the add event listener to each button. So we go back to the VS Code, we delete this console log, and we write btn dot add event listener. We open a set of parentheses, and we say if someone clicked on the button, so we write here click, we trigger this function. So we create a function here, we open a set of parentheses, we write a fat arrow, and we open a set of curly braces, and here we are going to add the show text class to each question. So we write here question dot class list dot toggle. We open a set of parentheses, and we write the show text. This means if there is the show text class in the question, just remove it. But if there is not, just add the show text class. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page, we go to the inspector. As we click on the button, you can see the show text class here. But we made a mistake here. If we go to the style.css, we should add a space after the show text. So we add it here, here, and here. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. Now if we click on the button, as you can see, now we can see the paragraph and also the minus button. Let's test it in other questions. We click here. We can see that it's working in all questions. Let's click it again. By clicking on the minus button, we are removing the show text class and also hiding the paragraph and the minus icon. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned new things. Please let me know your opinion about the project and wait for the updates. I'm going to add more projects to this course. Thanks again and see you next time. Welcome to another project. In this project, we are going to create a counter. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 3 buttons, a title, and a counter number. As we used CSS previously a lot for creating our buttons, in this project I have decided to use Bootstrap to introduce you how to create buttons using Bootstrap. When we press the plus button, we increment the number and the color of the number is changed to green. And if we decrease it, we go under 0, we get minus numbers but with the red color. And also we can reset it using this button. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start creating our project. First, we open the VS Code. We close the Welcome tab. In the View menu, we click on Explorer, and here we open a folder. We choose the desktop, and we create new folder. We name the folder Counter Project. And we select the folder. We close the Welcome tab again. And here in the left, we create a new file. We right click, select New File, and we call the file index.html. Here we can use an exclamation mark to have a HTML boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. We change the title tags to Counter Project. The title tag defines the title of the document. The title must be text only and it is shown in the browser title bar or in the Pages tab. The title tag is mandatory in HTML documents. The context of the page title is very important for search engine optimization or SEO for short. The page title is used by search engine algorithms to decide the order when listing pages in search results. In the body tag, we create a main tag. And inside the main tag, we add a div tag. Inside the div, we add a h1 tag and we write Counter Project. We save the file using Ctrl S, and in order to check it in the browser, we just need to go to the desktop. We open the folder that we have created and we click on index.html. As you can see, now we have injected Counter Project tag in the browser. Let's go back to the VS Code to continue our coding. Let's add a span here. We put the value 0. We are going to change this 0 using JavaScript later. After this span, we add a div and we put all the buttons, including increase, decrease, and reset buttons inside this div. We add our first button. We just write decrease. We copy this 2 times Using Alt-Shift down arrow, we change this to reset and this one to increase. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, we have the H1 and the 3 buttons. Okay, that was it for the HTML part. In the next section, we are going to start styling our website. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have created the HTML parts. In this section, we are going to start styling our project. Let's go back to the VS Code. When a browser reads a style sheet, it will format the HTML document according to the information in the style sheet. There are 3 ways of inserting a style sheet: external CSS, internal CSS, and inline CSS. With an external style sheet, you can change the look of an entire website by changing just one file. Let's create our style sheet. Here in the left, we right-click and click on New File. We call the file styles.css. Each HTML page must include a reference to the external style sheet file inside a link element inside the head section. So let's go back to the index.html. In the head tag, just below the title, we use the link tag, and in href, we write styles.css. Because the 2 files are at the same directory, we just need to add the name of the styles.css. So we save the file. We just add a class here called value. We save the file again and we go to styles.css. First we style the body. We just write body, open a set of curly braces, and inside the set of curly braces, we add margin 0, padding 0. We added the margin 0 and the padding 0 to remove the default margin and padding. We change the font family to be sans serif, and we add the text align center to bring everything to the center of the page. We save the file and check the browser. We refresh the page. As you can see, now everything is in the middle of the page. Let's go back to the VS Code. Let's change the font size of the H1. So we write H1, open a set of curly braces. We write font size for rem, and also we change the value, which was the class we defined here. We open a set of curly braces and we change the font size to be 6 rem. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have bigger H1 and the number. In the next section, we are going to style the buttons. We are going to use Bootstrap to easily style the buttons. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have styled the H1 and the number. In this section, we are going to style the buttons. We are going to use something called Bootstrap to style the buttons easily. Let's search Bootstrap. We click on getbootstrap.com. We scroll down a little bit and we click on Get Started. If you scroll down again, here you can see the style sheet link, which we can add to the head section so we can use the Bootstrap externally. So we copy this, we go back to the VS Code, we go to index.html, and above the style.css, we paste the link. In order to style our buttons, we just need to add the bootstrap classes. So here in the button section, we add a class. First we call it btn and then btn danger. We save the file, we check the browser, we close this tab, we refresh this page. As you can see, now we have a beautiful button with red color. We want this reset button to be gray, so we add a btn secondary class. So let's go back to the VS Code. Here in the reset button, we add a class. We call it btn secondary. We save the file, we check the browser. As we refresh the page, you can see now we have a beautiful button here as well. Let's make this button green by adding btn success class. Let's go back to the VS Code. Here in the increase, which are right around, so we will add this class here. We call it btn success. We save the file and we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have 3 buttons styled by Bootstrap. The things I would like to do, instead of having decrease or increase word, I would like to substitute them with plus and minus sign. We are going to add the plus and the minus symbol using Font Awesome. So in the next section, we are going to learn how to use the Font Awesome. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have added the styles to the buttons using Bootstrap. In this section, we are going to learn how to use Font Awesome and import the symbols like plus and minus symbols to our project. First, let's search Font Awesome. And we click here on the D icons. If you scroll down a little bit, now here we can search for any icons we want. For example, if you search plus, as you can see, there are plenty of plus signs here. For example, plus, plus circle, plus square, or Google Plus officials. We just need to click on the icon we want. For example, this plus. We scroll down a little bit and we copy this code. The code is only an I tag with classes FA and FA+. We copy the code, we go back to the VS Code, and we change this increase, we delete it, we press enter to open the tag, and we paste here the Font Awesome icon. In order the Font Awesome to work properly, similar to the Bootstrap that we brought in the Bootstrap CDN, we just need to bring the Font Awesome CDN as well. So let's go back to the browser. If you want to get the CDN from fontawesome.com, first you need to sign up in the website. But we can find the CDN somewhere else as well. So we search here, CDN.js. If you scroll down a little bit, we click on cdnjs.com and we can search for any CDNs we want. We search here Font Awesome. We click here on Font Awesome. We scroll down a little bit and we click here to copy the link tag. We go back to the VS Code. Just under the Bootstrap CDN, we paste the Font Awesome CDN. We save the file, we check the browser, we close this tab, and we go to our website, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have the plus sign instead of having the word increase. We can do this similarly to decrease one as well. So let's go to the Font Awesome website again. We go back, and here we search for the minus sign. We click on the minus, we scroll down a little bit, and we copy the code. We go to the VS Code, and here we delete the decrease, and we paste the font awesome code. We save the file, we check the browser, we go to our website, and we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have the minus sign as well. Okay, that was it for our styling our website. In the next section, we're going to start using JavaScript in our website. Alright, in the last section, we have finished using Font Awesome in our project. In this section, we're going to start using JavaScript in our project. Let's go back to the VS Code and let's create a JavaScript file. Here we right click, we click on new file, we call the file index.js. Let's go to index.html. Right at the bottom of the body tag, just after main tag, we add a script tag. We click on the second auto suggestion, and in the source attribute, we write index.js. The script tag is used to embed a JavaScript file. The script element either contains a scripting as. Let's save the file and we go to index.js. First, we need to create a variable for our number. We use let and we write num, and first we equal it to 0. The reason we are using let instead of const is because the num variable is going to change by tapping on the increase, reset, and decrease buttons. The next thing we need to do, if you check the index.html, we need to tap to the element value inside index.js using query selector. The query selector method returns the first element that matches the specified CSS selectors. Please note that the query selector only returns the first element that matches the specified selectors. To return all the matches, we can use query selector all method instead. So let's go to index.js and we make a const here. We call the const value and we write document.querySelector. We open a set of parentheses and inside a double quote, we write dot value. This dot value is coming from here, this class. We also need to make another const for all the buttons. So we write const. We call this const btns, which stands for all the buttons, equal document dot query selector. We open a set of parentheses and inside a double quote again, we write dot btns. In this way, we're going to tap to all the buttons because all the buttons has the class btn. If we go back to the index.js, here we have a typo. We change it to equal. We save the file. And if we console log btns, we save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page, and we open the web developer tools using Ctrl+Shift+C, and we go to console. As you can see, we only return a button, which is the first button. In order to have all the buttons here, we just need to, instead of using query selector, we use query selector all. So let's go back to the VS Code. We change this query selector to query selector all. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have a node list with all the buttons. Actually, the querySelectorAll method returns all the elements in the document that matches the specified CSS selectors and return it as a static nodelist object. The nodelist object represents a collection of nodes, and the nodes can be accessed by index numbers, and the index starts with 0. We can loop through the buttons in this node list using for-each method. So let's go back to the VS Code. We delete this console log and we write btns dot for each. We open a set of parentheses and we write an arrow function here. So we open a set of parentheses again, write a fat arrow, and we open a set of curly braces. Inside this set of parentheses, we can have access to all the btns. We write here btn, and if we console log the btn, we save the file, we check the browser, and we refresh the page. As you can see, now we have all the buttons separately. We just need to add the addEventListener method to check if the user clicks on the buttons. The EventListener method attaches an event handler to the document. Let's go back to the VS Code. So we delete this console log and we add the addEventListener method to all the buttons. We're going to do this in the next section. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have looped through the btns, which are all the buttons. In this section, we are going to add the addEventListener method to all the buttons. So we write btn dot addEventListener. We open a set of parentheses. Inside the double quote, we write click, which means if someone clicks on the button, it's going to trigger a function. So we add the function here, we open a set of parentheses, and we write a fat arrow, and we open a set of curly braces, and we write our function here. We can get the events here by writing event. For example, if you log event dot current target, we fix this one and add the T at the end. If we save the file, we check the browser and we refresh the page. If we click on any button, for example this one, as you can see, we got the corresponding button here, which is btn success. If we go back to the VS Code, if we add a class list here, we save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page, and we click on the plus button again. As you can see, now we have an array with btn and btn success element. We go back to the VS Code, we copy this, and we delete the console log. We create the cons here. We call the cons styles equals, and we paste the event. Now we add an if statement here. We write if, we open a set of parentheses, we write a styles dot contains. The contains method checks whether a string contains a sequence of characters and returns true if the characters exist. So we write btn danger. We open a set of curly braces here and we write num minus minus, which means if someone clicks on btn danger button, this num variable will be decreased. We add an else if here. We open a set of parentheses. Again, we write styles dot contains, but this time we write btn success. We open a set of curly braces and we write num plus plus. We add an else here. We open a set of curly braces and we just say num equals 0. We save the file and we update this value here. So we write value dot text content equals num. The text content property sets or returns the text content of the specified node. This property is similar to the inner text property, however there are some differences. Text content returns the text content of all the elements, while inner text returns the content of all the elements. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. If we click on the plus button, we can increase the value of the number. If we click on the minus button, we decrease the value of the number. And if we press on reset, we set the value to 0. In the next section, we are going to change the color of this number when the user clicks on the buttons. So see you in the next section. Alright, in the last section, we have implemented the JavaScript to our project. In this section, we are going to add colors to the number when the number is more than 0 or below 0. Let's go back to the VS Code. Just below this, we add an if statement. We write if, we open a set of parentheses, and we write num greater than 0. We open a set of curly braces, and we change the style of the value. We write value dot style dot color, and we set the color to green. So we write green here. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. If we press on the green button, as you can see, the color of the number has been changed to green. Let's go back to the VS Code. We add an else if here. We open a set of parentheses. We write num less than 0. We open a set of curly braces and we write value dot style dot color equals red. We save the file, we check the browser, we refresh the page. If we press the red button, the color would be red. And if we click on the green button again, it would be green. Let's reset the counter. As you can see, the 0 is green as well. So we need to add an else here as well. So we go back to the VS Code. We add an else here. We open a curly braces and set the value dot style dot color to black. We save the file. We check the browser. We refresh the page. We test it again. As you can see, now the 0 is black. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned new things. Please let me know your opinion about the course and wait for the updates. I'm going to add more projects to the course later. Thanks again and see you next time.